उससे अच्छा मैंने बीए बीकॉम किया रहता, स्कूल में टीचर बनता, तो मेरे माँ ने सबको पूरे गांव में पेड़े बांटे रहते। So let's begin. I'm sure you must have attempted your assignments and stuff. Yesterday we saw correlated subquery. Then we did set operators and we saw pseudo columns. That's all we had time for. We only saw one pseudo column yesterday. That was row ID. Total of 5 pseudo columns are there. We discussed one yesterday. To study the remaining 4 pseudo columns, you will have to pay extra. Any questions on any of this, guys? No questions? Yes, Prateek. I'll upload some new content on next Friday because we have a holiday. You will be preparing for your exam, lab exam. So that will give me some time to upload.
Sir, I was not able to solve this question of years, months, and date.
Please share the solution in the chat.
I was not able to. If you could give us some clue regarding how to do it.
इसमें नंबर ऑफ डेज फाइंड कर लिए थे, उसका वो भी कर लिया, लेकिन वो कन्वर्ट कैसे करना है वो नहीं समझ आ रहा था.
You know, I had shared one document with you.
Yeah, so.
इसमें आंसर मिल जाएगा आपको. One of these functions, 2 of these functions, 3 of these functions. I'll give you a hint on how to solve it, okay? For those of you who are asking me, I'll give you a hint on how to solve it. First, you find out the months between. First, you find out the months between. Months between sysdate and higher date. Okay? Once you have found out the months between sysdate and higher date, you divide this by 12. What will this give me? This will give me years. Secondly, you find out the months between sysdate and higher date. What you do is take mod of this expression. Take mod of this expression with 12. You'll get the remainder months. Fair enough? And then what you do is, find out the days between sysdate and higher date. Find out the days between sysdate and higher date. And what you do is, you add this expression. Or what you do is, you subtract this expression. That will give you the remainder days. I'm giving you a hint on the logic, but you figure it out which function to use.
सर इसको कंबाइन कैसे करेंगे ये तीनों को एक साथ? ये तुम लोगों ने अलग अलग वो मतलब
कॉनकैट लो ना, कॉनकैट लो ना. Either they could be three columns in the output, or you can concat the three as one string. Understood?
यस सर,
Manch,
यस सर, यस सर.
chalo. Good luck attempting it, solving it.
Thank you, sir.
Come, let's start here. It's already 2:20. So the topic I want to do today, for the moment, is indexes. Let's go through indexes. Let's study indexes. To explain the topic of indexes, please create a new table. Please create EMP table. In EMP table, we have employee number and ename, sal and department number. I have employee number, ename, sal and department number. 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, 9,000, 8,000. Department number, I'll take it as 111, 2 and 2. Everyone is aware that every row is having some row ID. The row ID is the row address. Row ID is not a column of EMP. It's a pseudo column, it's a fake column. In Oracle, I can see the row ID. In MySQL, I cannot see the row ID, but it's there. It has to be there. Every row is having some row ID. So that's my EMP table. आज थोड़ा कलरफुल कर. So that's my EMP table. Please draw this, everyone. That's my EMP table. Please draw this. That's my EMP table. Employee number, I'll take it as 5, 4, 1, 2, 3. Have a look at EMPNO students. I have 5, 4, 1, 2, 3. We discussed this a couple of times earlier, that even if I insert 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the table, the rows are scattered. So even if I insert 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the table, don't be surprised if you see 5 first and 4 afterwards. In fact, the order of rows in the output will be in ascending order of row ID. Okay, na? So that's my EMP table. Now, let's talk about indexes. Indexes are present in all RDBMSs. Again, this is very important topic. Every company, whether they recruit on Java or .NET, every company will ask you joins and subqueries. But if company is specifically recruiting for database, someone like a 3i Infotech, if they are recruiting exclusively for database, or there's a company called Amdocs, then they will definitely ask you about indexes. Indexes are present in all RDBMSs. Indexes are present in all DBMSs. Even Excel, I can create index. Even Fox Pro, I can create index. In fact, index are present in some of the programming languages also. Indexes are present in some of the programming languages also. So tell me, students, what is an index? Why do you create index? What is the practical use of index? Have you seen this feature earlier? If you studied C++, you must have studied the B tree indexes, B for binary, B tree indexes, binary tree indexes. Have you come across this earlier, students? Himanshu?
Sir.
Arvind is saying indexes are used for searching. That's correct. Indexes are used for searching. Indexes are used to speed up the search operations. Today and tomorrow only theory है. अच्छे से लिखो सब कुछ. Indexes are used to speed up the search operations for faster access. So why do we create index? To speed up the searching for faster access. Tell me, students, Dheeraj, concentrate now. Now listen, if I say select star from EMP, students, am I searching for a specific row? No. If I'm saying select star from EMP, I want to see all the rows. But over here, if I say where EMPNO equal to 1, I'm searching for specific row, isn't it? So when I say that indexes are used for searching, indexes are used to speed up the searching. As far as you and I are concerned, it is to speed up select statement with a where clause. Agreed? Used to speed up the select statement with a where clause. It's only for where clause. Huh? If I'm saying select star from EMP, then I'm not searching for specific row. I want to see all the rows. But if I am saying where EMPNO equal to 1, Then I am searching for specific row. I'm going to create index. Now you might be wondering, why is this select statement slow? If I am searching where EMPNO equal to 1, look here, if I am searching where EMPNO equal to 1, what will MySQL do? It will go to EMP table. It will go to EMP table. It will go to server hard disk. It will go to EMP table. Inside the EMP table, it will search for employee number equal to 1. Even though employee number equal to 1 is found here, MySQL will not stop searching. It will carry on till the end of the table. It will do a full table scan. And consider this situation. If I have 1 billion rows in EMP, 1 billion means 100 crore. If I have 1 billion rows in EMP, this will be very slow, na? It will do a full table scan. You're familiar with this term. Because even though employee number equal to 1, even though employee number equal to 1 is found here, MySQL will not stop searching. It will carry on till the end of the table. It will do a full table scan because I can have multiple rows with employee number equal to 1. And if I have a billion rows in EMP, this select statement will be slow. It will take a couple of minutes before I can see the output. It will take a couple of minutes before I can see the output. And that is not acceptable. Output has to come in seconds. Output has to come in milliseconds. So how to make this select statement work faster? Concentrate on the where clause. Which column is present in where clause? Employee number. I'm searching for employee number equal to 1. Now maybe some of you are wondering, some of you may be thinking that if you want to search for employee number equal to 1, if you want to search for employee number equal to 1, you will only consider this column. You will not even look at the other columns in the table. But don't forget, students, that this is a diagram of EMP table. What I have drawn here in front of you, this is a diagram of EMP table. You know physically how the data is stored? I'll tell you. Physically how the data is stored? 5A, 5001. 4B, 6001. 1C, 7002. In the middle of this, I may have a row of department table, one training Mumbai, and then I'm going to have the remainder rows of EMP. 2D, 9002. 3E, 8002. This is how the data is stored physically in the database, in the server. It's all mixed up here. Your tables, my tables. It's all mixed up. And maybe remain the rows of EMP are here. The rows are scattered, the rows are fragmented. So listen, when MySQL is searching for employee number equal to 1, it will start from here. Is this employee number? Yes. Is it equal to 1? No. Proceed forward. Is this employee number? 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 Yes. Is it equal to 1? No. Proceed forward. Like that, it will do a full table scan. It will come over here. Is this employee number? Yes. Is it equal to 1? Yes. Return this row. But even after this row is returned, it will not stop here. It will carry on till the end of the table. It will carry on till the end of the table. It will do a full table scan. This is going to be very slow. It won't make a difference for 3 rows and 5 rows. But if we have a billion rows, if we have 100 crore rows, it will be slow. So, how to make this select statement work faster? On which column am I searching? On whose basis I'm searching? Concentrate on where condition. I'm searching on the basis of EMPNO. So if I want to make this select statement work faster, I need to create index for EMPNO. क्या समझे? Now, listen. Listen. You know, you have an index in your book also. Let's assume you have a book on MySQL. You have an index in your book also. Index is something which everyone has used up till now in day-to-day life. You have an index in your textbook also. Suppose you have a big fat book on MySQL. Let's say it is 1,000 pages. If you have a big fat book on MySQL, let's say it is 1,000 pages, and if you want to search for create table, maybe you want to learn for create table. Are you going to go through 1,000 pages of the textbook and search for create table? If you're going to go through 1,000 pages of the book and search for create table, your searching will take you at least 7-8 hours. What will you do? You know, inside your book, there is an index. Yes or no, Himanshu? Inside your book, there is an index.
Yes, sir.
What is there inside the index? Inside the index, you have a list of topics and you have the page number.
Yes, sir.
Agreed. You have a list of topics and you have the page number. Your index is only 2 pages or 3 pages. Not 1,000 pages. Index is only 2 pages or 3 pages. So rather than searching 1,000 pages, you have to search only 2 pages or 3 pages.
Yes, sir.
Straight away your searching has become 300 times faster. Agreed?
Yes, sir. Agreed.
Second thing I want you to observe, you know the index which is there in your book. The index which is there in your book, it is in alphabetical order, isn't it? It's in alphabetical order. So if you want to search for create table, you will directly go to the letter C. You will directly go to the letter C. And inside the letter C, you are going to search for create table. Because after D is found, there's no question of create table below. That further speeds up the search. And rather than spending 7-8 hours searching for create table, you have found create table in a matter of seconds. Similar principle in MySQL. In MySQL, what happens? If I am searching for employee number equal to 1, concentrate on where condition. Which column is there in where condition? EMPNO. If I want to make this select statement work faster, I need to create index for EMPNO column. And in MySQL, I have something better than page number. And what is that? We have row ID, isn't it? So in MySQL, if I want to make this select statement work faster, I am going to create index for EMPNO column. Index is just like a table. How to create index, command to index, I will cover after some time. First, you understand the concept. If I want to make this select statement work faster, I will create index for EMPNO column. When I create index for EMPNO column, what does it contain? This index, it will store the EMPNOs. It will store the EMPNOs in ascending order, and it will store the corresponding row IDs as per the table. In our case, it will be X3, X4, X5, X2, and X1. And now I want you to understand, if I'm searching where EMPNO equal to 1, MySQL is an intelligent software. Instead of searching in the table, instead of doing a full table scan, you know what MySQL will do? MySQL, instead of searching in the table, instead of doing a full table scan, it will invoke the index. It will search inside this index. This index contains only employee number. It does not contain e-name. It does not contain SAL. It does not contain department number. This index contains only 1% of table data. It will search over here. Straight away, my searching has become hundreds of times faster. So over here, it is searching for employee number equal to 1. And for employee number equal to 1, whatever is the row ID, it will go to that address and it will return the row, it will return the details very fast. Secondly, when MySQL is searching inside the index, once it encounters employee number 2, it will exit from there because index is in ascending order. If 2 is found, there's no question of 1 below. This further speeds it up. So even the entire index need not be searched. Only some part of the index will be searched when I'm searching for employee number equal to 1. And my output, considering I have 100 crore rows, my output, which was taking a few minutes earlier, will now come in milliseconds. That's the kind of improvement in performance it makes when you create an index. Are we clear? Everyone understood? Any questions? Index is there in the database. Index is there in the server. Index is there inside the hard disk. Index will occupy space. It will occupy space. But don't worry about hard disk space. We are concerned about performance. When I have 100 crore rows, I'm not worried about hard disk space. I'm concerned about performance. Output should come in seconds. Output should come in milliseconds. When you go to google.com, when you search for something on google.com, you want output in seconds, no? You want output in milliseconds. Or suppose you want to book your plane ticket. You want to book your plane ticket from Mumbai to Delhi. If you want to book your plane ticket from Mumbai to Delhi, let's say you go to yatra.com. मैं marketing नहीं कर रहा हूँ. Suppose you go to yatra.com. Over there, you will search for all the flights between Mumbai and Delhi. You want yatra.com to give you output in seconds. which flights are available between Mumbai and Delhi. If yatra.com is going to take 2 minutes to show you which flights are available, you will go to some other website. No problem. Yes, Manoj, it will affect the performance. Manoj is asking a very interesting question. He's saying earlier the SQL source code was in C, C++ and assembly, and presently the source code is 100% Java. And we know Java works slower than C. Is this impact on performance SQL? Yes. But how much is Java slower than C++?
Or the other reasons they shifted from C to Java.
The reason they shifted from C++ to Java was pretty obvious. C++ is an outdated language. वो सिर्फ engineering college में पढ़ाते. C++ is outdated language. Secondly, the benefits of Java, it becomes platform independent, no, thanks to your JVM. And nowadays, everything is on mobile, it is on Android, it is on iOS. So C++ वहाँ पे चलने ही नहीं वाला यार. You can't have a separate version of SQL for each and every operating system. अगर मैं Linux की बात करूँ तो there are hundreds of versions of Linux only. There are hundreds of flavors of Linux only. There's a Red Hat Linux, there's a SUSE Linux, Ubuntu Linux, there is a CentOS. ANSA is not going to make a separate version of SQL for each and every version of Linux. तो उन्होंने बोला चलो यार अपन जावा में डाल देते हैं. So Vinayak is saying Java source code is C and C++. Yes, the JVM has been created using C and C++, but still that translation, that interpretation has to happen. And therefore Java is slower than C++. But how much slower? Don't make a big deal out of it. Yeah. How much slower? 50%. तो जो 1 मिली सेकंड ले रहा है वो 2 मिली सेकंड ले रहा है. कुछ फर्क पड़ रहा है क्या अपने? इतना क्या तुम लोग डिस्कशन कर रहे हैं? मैं क्या बता रहा हूँ? मैं कितनी अच्छी बात बता रहा हूँ. मैं इंडेक्स बता रहा हूँ. तुम लोग सी और जावा में घुस रहे हैं यहाँ पे. प्रॉब्लम विद सीडेक स्टूडेंट्स. लगता है धीरज कल रात का जावा का हैंगओवर उतरा नहीं है. वह आपके चले रहेंगे इसको. मनोज किधर गया? Manoj, it is going to be 50% performance as compared to C. But when we are dealing with milliseconds, I don't really think it matters. Yeah. And today we are living in the world of high traffic websites, isn't it? मेरे जैसे आम आदमी को 16,000 हिट्स मिल गए 3 दिन में, 4 दिन में. And when you're having 100 crore rows, you're going to upgrade the server, you'll increase the CPU, you'll increase the RAM, you'll make it dual core, quad core, octa core. So there are other ways we can do. But definitely, if I don't create the index, जो minutes लग रहा है वो अभी millisecond में है. So let's come to that level. और अगर फिर भी इतना प्यार है आपको C++ से, तो don't use MySQL, don't use Oracle, use C++, and good luck with that. You can take 10 years to make a website then. मैंने जो 25 घंटे में बनाया samithhydra.com, वो आपको 10 साल लगेंगे, पता है, अगर C++ में करेंगे. आपने अगर देखा होगा अंदर में जो वीडियो प्लेयर वगैरह है वो बनाने जाओगे तो पागल हो जाओगे. एनीवे, छोड़ो. So I hope we are clear what is the benefit of index, why we create index, to speed up the searching, to speed up select statement with the where clause. Any questions? You see any questions? You understood what is index, why we create index?
Yes, sir.
Command to create index, I'll show you in the evening. Right now, let's do some theory. To speed up statement with where clause. Now, I'll tell you what I like about MySQL. And I'll tell you what I like about MySQL is cut, copy, paste of Oracle here. I'll tell you what I like about MySQL and Oracle. You know, indexes are there in all RDBMSs. I told you, present in all RDBMSs. But just to compare with other RDBMSs, for a minute, let us compare with other RDBMSs. Normally, I don't compare with others, but अभी बात निकली है तो in other RDBMSs, which I will not name, Kaustubh, in
Yes,
other
sir.
RDBMSs, just to compare with other RDBMSs. For example, Microsoft SQL Server, just to compare with other RDBMSs. You know, in other RDBMSs, before you type your select statement, you have to manually invoke the index. There is a use index command. Use index, index name. There is a use index command. Use index, index name. So before I type my select statement, I need to tell Microsoft that for the next select statement, please use this index. Which means our work has increased, isn't it? You have to manually invoke the index. Each time you type your select statement and you're searching, you need to manually invoke the index. This is not a problem in MySQL. This is not a problem in Oracle. In MySQL and Oracle, this is not required. The indexes are automatically invoked. Indexes are automatically invoked as and when required. Cool. Indexes are automatically invoked as and when required in MySQL and Oracle. The indexes are as and when required. Isn't that nice? It reduces our work. As a software developer, you write your select statement, you create the index, and you leave it. Rest all is automatic. Manoj, you're the guy from Dhar, no?
Yes, sir.
Where is Dhar? In which state?
Near Indore, in MP.
ये भी MP वाला है. Okay. अभी तक जितने भी स्टूडेंट्स मिले, कोई भोपाल, कोई ग्वालियर, कोई इंदौर, कोई धार, अब एमपी वाले
बोल. Hello.
यस
Oh, wait.
यस So the indexes are automatically invoked. Isn't that cool? So as a developer, here's what you're going to do. As a developer, you're going to write a select statement. You will manually create the index in advance. Huh? There is a create index command. So here's what you're going to do. After you have written all your select statements, after you have written all your programs, after your entire application is ready, here's what you're going to do. You are going to sit down with all the developers, have a team meeting, sit down with all the developers, go through each and every select statement that you've written. And wherever you have a select statement with a where clause, you please create index for that select statement. Rest all is automatic. MySQL will use the indexes as and when required. Then you don't have to keep a track of things. आप लोगों को समझ में आ रहा है ना मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ? बाउंसर तो नहीं आ रहा है.
नहीं सर.
मेरे को डाउट हो रहा है. Now, let me tell you some more stuff. At the time of creating the index, I have 5 rows in EMP. ठीक है ना? So these 5 entries are there inside the index. Now listen. After this index is created, in future, suppose I insert a row in EMP table. फ्यूचर की बात कर रहा हूं, कल की बात कर रहा हूं. In future, suppose I insert a new row in EMP table. In future, suppose I insert a new row in EMP table. This entry has to be made in the index, no? It has to match with the table here. It can't be outdated. It has to be consistent. Not only does this entry have to be made in the index, my whole index needs to be resorted. It needs to be reorganized. Secondly, in future, suppose I update a row in EMP. Again, my index needs to be updated. It needs to be resorted. It needs to be reorganized. Thirdly, if I delete a row from EMP, suppose I delete this row, this entry has to be removed from the index. And then again, it has to be resorted. It has to be reorganized. So the point is, whenever I do insert, update, delete, whenever I do insert, update or delete, there is one reindex command. क्या समझे? There is one reindex command. All my indexes need to be updated. They need to be resorted. They need to be reorganized. Now, I'll tell you what I like about MySQL and Oracle. Just to compare with other RDBMSs. whom I don't want to name, just to compare with other RDBMSs, Microsoft SQL Server, just to compare with other RDBMSs. You know, in other RDBMSs, whenever I do insert, update, delete, there is a reindex command. Doesn't that increase your work? Doesn't that increase the work of the user? Doesn't that increase the work of the client? Each time I insert, reindex. Each time I update, reindex. Each time I delete, reindex. Subah Sham, reindex. But what do you think happens in MySQL? What do you think happens in Oracle, students? Any guesses?
Automatic update.
Automatic update. That's
Automatic
right.
होता होगा.
The indexes, ये भी लिख लो. The indexes are automatically updated by MySQL and Oracle for all your DML operations. That's cool, na? So as a programmer, as a developer, as a developer, you don't have to keep a track of it. Just create the index here. So can I say that MySQL is a self-managing software? It's a self-managing RDBMS. You know what I mean, right? It looks after itself. It looks after itself. I don't have to worry about the things. Just create the index, write the select statement, बाकी सब MySQL पे छोड़ दो. It is a self-managing RDBMS. जैसे हीरो होंडा की आती है, fill it, shut it, forget it. MySQL and Oracle are self-managing RDBMS. Any questions?
Sir. Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
Sir, in MySQL also, after every insert and update statement, the system is automatically updating the index now.
Yes, so
So then there is just a difference of writing re-index.
students, is my net lagging? Is my voice lagging?
Yes, sir.
Yes, a bit.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
अभी ठीक है या अभी भी लैग हो रहा है?
बीच बीच में होता है सर.
ठीक है,
बीच
अभी
बीच
ठीक है.
अभी ठीक है ना?
हाँ.
मुंबई में लैग है. मुंबई में स्वैग है. Eat, sleep, code, repeat. Thanks. Code की जगह I can think of other terms. eat, sleep, dash, 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 dash. So what is your question? सिर्फ एक रीइंडेक्स कमांड देना पड़ता है. हाँ, तो
ये
देना
सब
है.
तो उतना ही डिफरेंस है ना, तो फिर ये अच्छा और बुरा किस मतलब?
अरे भैया, try to think big, na? When I'm using MySQL, I'm going to create a website like Facebook, where I have got something like Facebook has got 100 crore users. Now each guy, every user is posting something at the same time, and hundreds of crores of users are inserting, updating, deleting. पूरी जिंदगी निकल जाएगी रीइंडेक्स में. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Then won't it be slow? Won't it increase your work?
Yes, got it.
Look at the bigger picture. It's not a question of just one command. It's a question of multi-user. Now, listen. One question which nobody asked me, but I wish to point out is, suppose I have duplicate values in the table. I have two rows where employee number equal to 1. I'm having two rows where employee number equal to 1. Now when I say select star from EMP, where employee number equal to 1, it is the responsibility of MySQL to return both the rows. Yes or no? It is the responsibility of MySQL to return both the rows. Well, if I have duplicate values in the table, duplicate values are stored in the index. The row ID is different, no? The row ID is different. So when I tell MySQL, display all the rows where employee number equal to 1. Kaustubh, are you listening? When I tell MySQL, display all the rows where employee number equal to 1, it is responsibility of MySQL to return all the rows. So it will go to the index. Inside the index, inside the index, inside the index, it will search for employee number equal to 1. When 3 is found, it will stop searching. And for employee number equal to 1, whatever may be the respective row IDs, it will go to the respective addresses and return the values, return the rows very fast. So duplicate values are stored inside the index. Duplicate values are stored in the index. The row ID is different. Duplicate values are stored in an index. A lot of people have this misconception that duplicate values are not stored in the index. I don't know where they are coming from. Duplicate values are stored in an index. But do you know what is not stored in the index? Huh? Do you know what is not stored in the index? Null values. If I have a row, where employee number is null, If I have a row where employee number is null, then that entry will not be there in the index. ये भी लिख लीजिए. Null values are not stored in an index. Null values
Hello, sir.
hmm,
Could you please repeat that duplicate values wala part?
duplicate values वाला part. Duplicate values वाला part ये था. If I have two rows where employee number equal to 1, I have duplicate values in EMP and O. The row ID is different, no? Both entries will be made inside the index. Because when I search for employee number equal to 1, it is the responsibility of MySQL to return both the rows. So duplicate values are stored inside the index. MySQL will invoke the index. It will search inside the index. It will search for employee number equal to 1. When 3 is found, it will stop the searching. And for employee number equal to 1, whichever entries are present, whatever may be the respective row IDs, it will go to those addresses and return the data very fast. Is it clear now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
The duplicate values are stored inside the index. But what is not stored in the index? What is not stored in the index? Null values are not stored in an index. So if you have a select statement, listen to me. If you have a select statement where employee number is null, then this select statement, null values are not stored in the index. No? So what will MySQL do? It will go to EMP table. It will do a full table scan. It will be very slow. And there's nothing we can do about it. This is the way it is. We cannot change the working. Somehow, Oracle Corporation as a company has this philosophy that if you are searching for null value, you're searching for something which is not there. And if you're searching for something which is not there, it's known as pessimistic querying. And Oracle Corporation as a company is optimistic. This is the philosophy of Oracle Corporation. Are you optimistic or pessimistic? Dheeraj, you're optimistic?
Yes, sir.
I am very pessimistic. But Oracle Corporation as a company is optimistic. Rishi, are you optimistic or pessimistic?
Optimistic, sir.
Good. So तेरी अच्छी जमेगी धीरज के साथ. Both are optimistic. I am pessimistic. Why pessimistic, धीरज? अरे लाइफ में बहुत धक्के खाए. बहुत धक्के खाए. So I will not say. Someone said, "No, sir, मेरे को 20 में से 19 करेक्ट मिले." मैंने क्या बोला? मेरे को एक रॉन्ग है. ऐसी बात. So null values are not stored in an index. So when you're searching for null value, this will be very slow. Why? MySQL will do a full table scan. It will be very slow. And we cannot change it yet. This is the way it is. If you don't like this feature, don't use MySQL. Don't use Oracle. Use C++. Make your own index and store null value there. लेकिन अपने को तो MySQL यूज करना है, अपने को तो Oracle यूज करना है. So how to make this select statement work faster? Kaustubh, how will you make the select statement work faster? Ganesh, how to make it work faster? Any ideas? Anyone? Kirti from Gwalior, who is now in Pune, any idea
No,
how
sir.
to make this select statement work faster?
No, sir.
So can we write EMPNO equal to null?
No.
If null function.
Any comparison done with null returns null. But if I say is null, it will search for null. But null value is anyway not there in the index, it will do a full table scan. So how to make this select statement work faster?
Equal to 0.
Very good. Very good. अपनी सोच बदलो. Don't store a null value in the table यार. Store a 0. Entry will be there in the index. And what you do is, rather than searching for null, what you do is you search for 0. MySQL will use the index and performance will be excellent. Are you understanding? If you want to work with MySQL, we'll have to adjust. Don't store null value, store a 0. Don't store 0, store a blank space. How does it matter here? That's how we'll have to adjust our working. If you want to get benefit of indexes, if you want benefits of fast performance. Am I clear? Have you understood? Did you comprehend? Sakshi from Khandwa, did you understand?
Yes, sir.
Rishikesh from Pune, you understood?
Yes, sir.
Did you go and meet Kirti or no?
No.
क्या लल्लू है यार, मिलना था ना.
तो टाइम नहीं मिलता.
टाइम नहीं.
सबको मिलेंगे पुणे में जो है.
क्या करते रहते दिन भर? सीढ़ैक 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 खेलते हो सुबह उठ के.
Yes.
Your world starts and ends with सीढ़ैक. So if I talk about any other topic on the earth, it will not be of any interest to you. Suppose I talk about Kangana Ranaut, you'll be like, sir, छोड़ो ना, मेरे को साइडवेज में जॉब करना है, उसकी तैयारी करनी है.
For 6 months, our world is CDAC only.
You are mistaken, my friend.
एक रहा है
It's
सर.
not, it's not for 6 months. Now screwed for life. जिंदगी भर you'll have to focus only on your work. IT industry में काम करना है ना, then forget everything. The only way you can make time for other things is to sleep less. You know, I sleep only for 3 and 4 hours daily. नहीं तो ये सब पॉसिबल ही नहीं है. हाँ, अगर साइबेज में जॉब करना और टपरी पे चाय पीना है तो ठीक है, बट कुछ करना है आगे तो You'll have to maintain this 12 hours, 14 hours, 16 hours every day. Okay. So, how to make the select work faster? Simple. Store 0 in the table. Store a blank space in the table. And what you do is you search for 0. You search for blank space. Performance will be excellent. Now, let me get organized. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the table. Here I have a select statement where EMPNO equal to 1. To make this select statement work faster, I'm going to create index for employee number column. There is a create index command, which I will show you after some time. I need to create this index, and this index will store employee number in ascending order, and it will store the corresponding row ID. There is a create index command. Once I create the index, it is there in the database, it is there in the server, it's there in the hard disk. It will occupy space. Don't worry about hard disk space. We are concerned with performance. Once I create the index, it is permanent. Create is a DDL command. It is permanent. कल भी काम आएगा, परसों भी काम आएगा. Now, here is the thing. I made a point earlier that indexes are automatically invoked. What do I mean by automatic? ये कौन सी जादू की छड़ी है? Look here. When I type my select statement, let me type it here. When I type my select statement, you know what happens? What happens when I type this select statement? First of all, MySQL will read it. Then it will compile it. Then it will make a plan. And then it will execute. Correct? In case you're wondering what is happening here, when I type my select statement, first of all, MySQL will read it. Let's understand this in more detail now. Is it lagging? Ganesh is saying it's lagging.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Sometimes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Let me restart my internet.
Okay.
Excuse me. So what was I saying? I am saying select star from EMP. I am saying where employee number equal to 1. Let's understand how this works internally. What do I mean when I say that MySQL is automatic? There's no such thing as automatic. I'll tell you what happens internally. First, it will read my select statement. So start reading select blank space, star blank space, from blank space, EMP blank space, where employee number equal to 1 semicolon. Once it encounters the semicolon, that is end of command, it will stop reading. Step number 2, it will compile my select statement. Everyone knows what that means. It will convert to machine language. Step number 3, it will make a plan. This is the most important part. It will make a plan how to execute the select statement. What does the plan consist of? First of all, MySQL is going to check if EMP table is present. If yes, proceed. If no, give an error message. Table does not exist. Step number 2, it's going to check if EMP table has employee number column. It will describe EMP. Let me begin again. When I type this select statement, how does it do the planning? First of all, it's going to check if EMP table is present. How will it do that? It will say show tables internally. It will check if EMP table is present. If yes, proceed. Else give error message. Then it's going to check if EMP table has employee number column. How will it do that? It will describe EMP. Check if EMP table has employee number column. If yes, proceed. If no, give an error message. Next step, it's going to check if you have permissions on EMP table. If yes, proceed. If no, give an error message. Then it's going to check if index is available for employee number. If yes, search inside the index. If no, search inside the table, do a full table scan. Like that, it makes a plan as to how to execute your select statement. Just like a flowchart, it makes a plan. And then step number 4, it will execute. It follows that plan. Go to server hard disk, go to the index, search inside the index, search for employee number 1, and so on and so forth. So for every select statement that you're typing, it creates a plan how to execute that select statement. And that plan, it's known as execution plan. This is the plan created by MySQL as to how it's going to execute the select statement. It creates a plan. That plan is known as execution plan. You know, in Oracle, I can see the plan. Oracle is more advanced there. In Oracle, I can see the plan. And that's not all. In Oracle, if I feel that I'm smarter than Oracle, I can modify the plan. You don't execute my select statement this way, you please execute it that way. That's not possible in MySQL. You can't even see the plan, so forget it. But for your information, for your knowledge, the plan created by MySQL, it's known as execution plan. Even if I type the same select statement 100 times, each time read it, compile it, make a plan, execute. How to make an exe of select statement, I'll show you after 2-3 days. But this is how it works internally by default. All right. As I said, in Oracle, I can see the plan. In Oracle, I can modify the plan. 99.9% of the times, the plan created by Oracle is perfect. But 0.1%, you may disagree with Oracle and you may want to change the plan. And why not? Yeah? Why compromise? 99.9% it's perfect, but out of 1,000 select statements, 999 are great. One is low. Why should I compromise? I want all 1,000 select statements to be fast. You know? Chalo. Are you done writing? Now see here. I have a select statement where EMPNO equal to 1. To make this select statement work faster, I'm going to create index for EMPNO column. Maybe in some other program, I'm saying where rename equal to A. If I'm searching for name equal to A, obviously this index is of no use. I am searching where name equal to A. So what needs to be done? I need to create another index. This time I will create index for rename column. Let me call it ind underscore rename. This index, what will it contain? It will store the names in ascending order, in alphabetical order. And it will store the corresponding row IDs, which is x1, x2, x3, x4, x5. Now, MySQL is an intelligent software. If I type the first select statement, it will use the index that I have created for EMPNO. If I type the second select statement, it will use the index that I have created for rename. See here. Maybe in some third program, I'm searching for sal greater than 7,000. If I'm searching for sal greater than 7,000, none of these indexes are beneficial. Suno meri baat. If I'm searching for sal greater than 7,000, now what? I need to create one more index. Yes or no? I need to create one more index. This time I need to create index for sal column. So let me create index for sal column. I'll call it ind underscore sal. What will this index contain? This index, what will it contain? This index, it will store all the salaries in ascending order. And it will store the corresponding row IDs. In our case, it is x1, x2, x3, and I believe it will be x5 and x4. So see what's happening now. I have three indexes. I have three indexes. Separate index for employee number, separate index for rename, separate index for sal. Read as many as you want. There's no upper limit. There's no upper limit on the number of indexes per table. I'm talking about MySQL. In MySQL and Oracle, there's no upper limit. Number of indexes per table. So we have a new student, Swapnali. Pleased to meet you, Swapnali.
Me too, sir.
Me too. वो वाला me too मत बोलना. So Swapnali, let me ask you a question. There's no upper limit on the number of indexes. Would you recommend creating large number of indexes?
No, sir.
Why?
Large number of indexes require more space.
Is space a criteria? Do I look like someone who's worried about hard disk space? For last 1 hour, 15 minutes, I've been telling you all great things about indexes. And you have a problem, it's going to occupy hard disk space.
Actually, I joined the lecture late.
You joined the lecture late. Okay. Let's ask someone who was on time. Ganesh, would you recommend creating large number of indexes?
No idea, sir. But I think no, because it will search in all table, so it will take time.
No. MySQL is an intelligent software. If I type the first select statement, it will search inside the index for EMP only. It won't even look at the other indexes. If I search for name equal to A, it will search inside the index for name only. It will not look at the other indexes. If I search for sal greater than 7,000, it will search inside this index only, which is present for sal. It won't consider the other indexes. So that we need not worry about. It will search inside the appropriate index. What is the problem if I have large number of indexes? Problem is not hard disk space. But as Vaishnavi has pointed out in the chat over here to me, you know what is the problem if I have large number of indexes, students? In future, suppose I insert a row in EMP. In future, suppose I insert a row in EMP. This entry will have to be made inside this index. Then it has to be resorted. It has to be reorganized. This entry has to be made in this index. It has to be resorted. It has to be reorganized. This entry has to be made in this index. It has to be reorganized. It has to be resorted. And that is the problem here. That is the problem here, that the larger the number of indexes, the slower will be your insert, update, delete. Did you understand? Swapnali, the problem is not hard disk space. We are concerned about performance. The problem is the larger the number of indexes, the slower will be your insert, update, delete. That is the compromise. Your select statement will be very fast, but your insert, update, delete, the performance will be slow. The larger the number of indexes, the slower would be the DML operations. So advantage of index is that it will speed up the searching. But the disadvantage of index, it will slow down my insert, update, delete. Understood, Aditya? Hmm?
Yes.
The larger the number of indexes, performance will be better. Each and every select statement will be fast. But then insert, update, delete will be slow. So now we have to choose. We have to choose. Vaishnavi, what would you recommend? Would you recommend having large number of indexes?
No, sir.
Are why not? Yeah, I want all my select statements to be fast. I want all my searching to be fast. Would you recommend having large number of indexes? Vaishnavi,
Yes, I'm there.
there nahi here. Are you here? Tell me. Will you recommend having large number of indexes?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Then why did you say no earlier?
Actually, I was thinking of the DML operation, that's why. But yes, I will use the large indexes.
See, we have to decide now. Do you want fast searching or do you want fast insert, update, delete?
Fast search.
Vaishnavi, that's not your decision.
User.
The users. Yeah. Users decision.
अभी आ गए ना CDAC वाले level पे.
As per
Ask
user
the user.
requirement.
Ask the user.
Yes.
And I can tell you, 95% of the times, म्हणजे 19 out of 20, 19 out of 20 times users will say, never mind if insert, update, delete is slow. I want searching to be fast. Rare case, 5% they will say, for this operation, I want insert, update, delete to be fast. But एक बार user को पूछ लेना. Fast searching versus fast DML operations is the decision as per user requirements. As I said, 19 out of 20 user will say searching should be fast. Because students, we live in an era now, if insert, update, delete is slow, students, if insert, update, delete is slow, we can hire a data entry operator. They will work in 3 shifts. But searching should be very fast. And this is the basic human psychology. So from philosophy, now I'm telling you about human psychology. Shall I explain human psychology to you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What is human psychology? When you go to yatra.com, if you want to search for flight available between Mumbai and Delhi, you want searching to be fast, you want output to be in seconds. But suppose you want to book a ticket. You will take 5 minutes to book the ticket.
Yes, sir.
You'll select the flight. You will select the date. You will select the time. You will recheck everything once. Then you will enter your name, your email ID, your mobile number. Then you're going to ask your family, "Arey, मैं next Sunday को जा रहा हूँ दिल्ली." Everybody is okay with it. Then you will proceed with the payment, either credit card or ATM card or internet banking. Then you will search for your mobile phone. You'll get an OTP, and like that you will take couple of minutes to actually book the ticket and insert the row in the table. But when you're searching, output should be in seconds and milliseconds. So don't worry about this point. Don't worry about insert, update, delete being slow, but एक बार यूजर को पूछ लेना. Ganesh is asking how more than one index table can be created. There is a create index command, which I will show you after some time. Just like create table, there is create index. Now, understand. Suppose I have two indexes. See here. I have two indexes. I have one index for EMPNO and the other index is for SAL. Now consider, if I say select star from EMP, if I say where EMPNO equal to 2, what will MySQL do? If I am searching where EMPNO equal to 2, what will MySQL do? It will search inside the index. I have an index for EMPNO. So MySQL will search inside this index. It will search for 2. When 3 is found, it will stop searching. Whatever is the row ID, it will go to that address. It will return the details very fast. Fair enough. Now, suppose I have another select statement. In this select statement, I am searching with SAL greater than 5,000. What will happen? If I am searching with SAL greater than 5,000, I have an index for SAL. Not to worry. MySQL will come to this index. It will search inside this index. It will search for greater than 5,000. Whichever rows are there, whatever may be the row IDs, it will go to the respective addresses and return the details very fast. What if I have a select statement where employee number equal to 2 and SAL greater than 5,000? I have two columns in where clause. What will MySQL do? It will use both the indexes. First, it will use the index that is created for EMPNO. Here it will search for employee number equal to 2. When 3 is found, it will stop searching. Then it will search inside the second index. It will search for SAL greater than 5,000. These 4 rows are there. These are the respective row IDs. Now these row IDs and this row ID, it will do a logical AND. It will do a logical AND. What is common row ID in both? X2, it will go to that address and it will return the row very fast. Where employee number equal to 2 and sal greater than 5,000. The point is, these two columns, employee number and sal, students, can I say that these two columns are independent columns? They are not related to each other. No? Employee number and sal are independent columns. Sometimes I will search for employee number equal to 2. Sometimes I will search sal greater than 5,000. Sometimes I will combine both. So my point is, if you have 2 or more independent columns in the where clause, if you have 2 or more independent columns in the where clause, you please create separate indexes for each column. MySQL will use all the indexes as and when required. If you have 2 or more independent columns, why am I saying they are independent columns? They are not related to each other. Sometimes you may search for employee number 2. Sometimes you may search sal greater than 5,000. Sometimes you may combine both. So if you have 2 or more independent columns in the where clause, then create indexes for all such columns. And MySQL will use all the necessary indexes. Only necessary, yeah, Ganesh, not unnecessary. जो डिपार्टमेंट नंबर का इंडेक्स वो नहीं आएगा इधर. It will use all the necessary indexes as and when required. As and when required. Any questions? No questions. Ask me something. Ask me anything. कुछ नहीं तो ask me how I am. Himanshu is asking, how are you, sir? My answer is, I am Jabardast. Only one Dheeraj. When I start your batch. वो गलतफहमी लोगों की मैं बहुत कॉफी पीता हूँ. वो गलतफहमी लोगों की मैं बहुत पीता हूँ. दिन में एक ही. पिछले बैच का जब फेयरवेल हुआ था ना, मेरा पूरा मिमिक्री किया था स्टूडेंट ने. वो वीडियो देखा होगा शायद.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
अच्छा मिमिक्री किया था उसने.
एक नंबर था वो.
यूट्यूब पे भी डाला है शायद. लेकिन ये भी कौन सा फेयरवेल पार्टी है, सब अपने घर पे बैठ के डांस वांस रिकॉर्ड कर रहे हैं, फिर अपलोड कर रहे हैं. चलो ये हो गया. Now, let me show you something. Understand the next point. Have a look at employee number column. Please update your notebook. Please update your table. Employee number 1, 2, 3. And then again, I have employee number 1 and 2. Observe that I have duplicate value inside EMPNO. Rotate. I have duplicate value inside EMPNO. Pratik, are you here?
Yes, sir.
Naruto wala Pratik. Now listen. I want to look at employee number. I have duplicate values in EMPNO. But I want you to observe one thing closely. I want you to observe one thing closely. I want you to observe combination of department number and employee number. Have a look at combination of both these columns. My employee number is department wise. In department number 1, I have employee number 1, 2, 3. In department number 2, I have employee number 1 and 2. Department number 1 has 3 employees. Department number 2 has 2 employees. Did everyone understand? My employee number is department wise. In department number 1, I have employee number 1, 2, 3. Department number 2, I have employee number 1 and 2. Department number 1 has 3 employees. Department number 2 has 2 employees. My employee number is department wise. Now, can I say that these two columns are not independent columns? Fair enough. These two columns, they are interdependent. Agreed? These two columns are interdependent. Now, when I want to search for a particular row, if I want to search for a particular employee, I will never search for employee number equal to 1 by itself. Agreed? I will never search for employee number 1 by itself because employee number 1 is present in multiple departments. So if I want to search for a specific employee, I will always combine with department number. I will say by department number equal to 1 and employee number equal to 1. Agreed? I will always combine department number and employee number when I'm searching for a specific row. Now, these are not two independent columns. They are interdependent. Now, how to make this select statement work faster? Concentrate on where condition. If I want to make this select statement work faster, I need to create 2 indexes. Agreed? I need to create 2 indexes. See here. I need to create two indexes. One index, I will call it I1. I'll create this for department number. It will store department number in ascending order. It will store the row ID. A second index I will create, let me call it I2. This index will store employee number in ascending order. It will store the row ID. Assuming that these two indexes are available, now when I type this select statement, MySQL will use both the indexes. It will use the index for department number and the index for EMP, and it will be very fast. But if you want to make this work even faster, if you want to make it super fast, if you want to make this select statement work even faster, I'll show you an idea I have. What we can do is, we can create an index. Look here. We can create an index called IND underscore department number, comma EMP. And what I'm going to do is, I'm going to combine both the columns in a single index. So this index will store department number and the corresponding EMP. This index will store the data in ascending order of department number. Within that, it will store the data secondarily in ascending order of EMP, and of course, it will store the corresponding row IDs as per the table, whatever it may be, X1, X2, X3, whatever it may be. And now I want you all to understand, guys. Look here. Assuming I have such an index, look here. Now when I type this select statement, what will MySQL do? MySQL will come to this index. It will search for department number equal to 1. When 2 is found, it will stop searching. For these 3 rows, now it will search inside employee number. When 2 is found, it will stop searching. Whatever may be the row ID, it will go to that address and it will return the row very fast. Understood, everyone? It's known as a composite index. It's known as a composite index. These are all interview questions. It's known as a composite index. What is composite index? You combine 2 or more interdependent columns. You combine 2 or more interdependent columns in a single index. It's known as composite index. It's known as composite index. Now, listen, some more definitions for you. Look here. You see these 2 columns, department number and employee number, on whose basis this index has been created. These 2 columns on whose basis the index has been created, it's known as index key. क्या समझे? It's known as index key. Key is another word for column. Key is another word for column. So index key means index column. So what is index key? Index key is column or set of columns on whose basis the index has been created. Column or set of columns on whose basis the index has been created. Column or set of columns on whose basis the index has been created. Now, some more stuff. You see the order of columns here is important. I have chosen department number as the first column, employee number as the second column. You see the first column here, department number, on whose basis this index has been primarily created. It's known as primary index key. Don't mix it up with primary key. This is primary index key. And the second column over here, EMPNO. The second column over here, EMPNO, on whose basis this index is secondarily created. The second column, EMPNO, it's known as secondary index key. Clear? Primary index key and secondary index key. This order of columns is important. Huh? This order of columns is important. Ideally, you will make parent column first, child column second. Understood, Swapnali? You will put parent column first, child column second.
Yes, sir.
So, Swapnali, if you want to create a composite index, combination of country and state, which column will you put first?
Country.
First country, then state, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
It will affect the performance.
Yes, sir.
Please put the parent column first, the child column second. In MySQL, you can combine up to 32 columns in a composite index. In MySQL, you can combine up to 32 columns in a composite index. That's the upper limit, which is quite a lot. In Oracle, the upper limit is 16, 1/6. Devi.
Yes, sir.
At
I had a
Oracle,
doubt.
In Oracle, the upper limit is 16 columns. But in MySQL, you can combine up to 32 columns in a composite index.
Sir, so after the first column, which is the primary index key, all the columns are known as secondary index key, or each column will be called something different?
Each column will be called something different.
Okay.
Second column would be secondary index key. Third column would be tertiary index key.
Okay.
Primary, secondary, tertiary, and so on and so forth. I have never seen so many columns in a composite index. 32 columns is really height of stupidity here. क्योंकि आप लोग भी सोचो ना यार, if you have 32 columns in a composite index, just imagine each time you insert a row in the table, 32 columns have to be searched, they need to be resorted, they need to be reorganized. And that will be very slow here. Isn't it? That will be very slow. Oracle is 16. Normally, you are going to have 3-4 columns in a composite index. Hear me out, Vaibhav, Rohit. Normally, you're going to have 3-4 columns in a composite index. 7-8 is quite a lot. I have never seen more than 11-12 columns in a composite index. And my eyes have seen quite a lot. I have not seen more than 11-12 columns in a composite index. Oracle is upper limit is 16. 16 is really stretching it. In MySQL, it is 32, which is had ke bahar, which is stupidity. बेहद है वो, बेहद हद के बाहर. बाद में बेहद पार्ट 2 भी आया और बाद में बेपना को भी झेलना पड़ा. But that heroine was good, whoever she was. Vaibhav, this question was there in MCQ exam. Is that
Yes,
true?
sir.
Sir,
Yes, sir.
I thought the MCQ exam is tomorrow. That's why I put this question in the exam. But पता चला कि आज ही हो गया. इसलिए शायद आपको 1 नंबर कम आया होगा.
यस सर, मेरा गला तो मैं 255 कर दिया आपसे. मैं टेबल वाला.
So, request CDAC. Ask for refund.
The question is about the nested function.
Jennifer Wingy. Ah, she's a Christian girl. Yeah.
It's Wingate, Wingate.
Wingy या Wingate है? हाँ,
Wingate, Wingate.
Jenny. So you understood, na? When you create. Yes, Dheeraj. Protest पे बैठ जाना. कारगर के बाहर. You can combine 32 columns. As I said, normally you will have 3-4 columns in a composite index. Max to max 7-8. I have not seen more than 11-12. And anything beyond that would be inefficient because then your insert update delete is going to be pathetic. It's going to be very slow. And a final point here. You can create index for any column. You can create index for any data type except for text and blob. You cannot index text and blob. Remember text and blob? Text and blob is like 4 GB of data. Have an index for text column or blob column would be extremely inefficient. Each time you insert a row in the table, 4 GB of data multiplied by number of rows has to be sorted. That will be a performance killer. It will be very slow. MySQL doesn't allow. सवाल ही नहीं उठता. No problem. So I've told you all good things about indexes. May I continue? Or you guys want a break?
Yes, sir.
Continue or break? Jaldi bolo.
Break.
Break, sir.
And what duration of break?
आपके हिसाब से
कैसी आपकी श्रद्धा सर?
Fine, then let's break for 15 minutes. It's 4:16. We shall recontinue at 4:31.
Okay.
Chalo. See you in 15 minutes. Can we start the recording, please? It's already on. Huh?
Yes, sir.
Already on. So, now that I've given you the introduction to indexes, and we know what are the advantages and disadvantages of indexes, here's what you're going to do. Here's how you will implement the things practically. When you start working, you will meet your client, understand the requirements. Based on that, you and your team of developers will create the tables. You'll write insert, update, delete statements. You will write select statements. You will write all the programs. You will create the whole application. Once your application is ready, you are going to have a team meeting with all your team members. And here's what you're going to do. Go through all your select statements. Go through all the select statements that you have written. There could be hundreds of them. There could be thousands of them. Go through all the select statements that you've written. And wherever you have a select statement with a where clause, you are going to create index for that column. Rest, leave everything to MySQL. Rest, everything else is automatic. So I believe in the last 1 week, everybody must have written 30-40 select statements. उतना तो किया ही होगा सबने. In fact, I had asked you to save all your select statements in Notepad. I had asked you to save everything in a text file. So here's what you're going to do. Go through all the select statements that you've written up till now. And wherever you have a select statement with a where clause, you please create index for that column. The performance will be excellent. Does this mean that every select statement with a where clause, you're going to create an index? Does this mean that every select statement with a where clause, you're going to create an index? No. Because sometimes having an index, rather than speeding up your select statement, it may actually slow it down. Having an index always for every select is not a good idea. Sometimes, rather than searching inside the index, it's better you search inside the table and do a full table scan. So we need to understand how MySQL works internally. We need to go through the conditions when an index should be created. Let's discuss this. Conditions when an index should be created. When an index should be created. Keep writing. Aditya, Swapnali, don't stop writing. When an index should be created. See here. I have a select statement. I'm saying where employee number equal to 1. I am searching where employee number equal to 1. To make this work faster, I should create index for EMPNO column. Let me call it IND underscore EMPNO. This index will store EMPNO in ascending order. It will store EMPNO in ascending order. And it will store the row ID. In our case, it is x1, x2. Of course, row ID is a string of 18 characters. वगैरह सब ठीक है. As an example, I'm writing x1, x2, x3. x1, x2, x3, x4 and x5. Now, listen, students. If I say where EMPNO equal to 1, assuming that this index is available, when I say where EMPNO equal to 1, what will MySQL do? It will go and search inside the index. In the index, it will search for employee number 1. When 2 is found, it will stop searching. and whatever is the row ID for employee number 1, it will go to that address in the database and return the row very fast. Output will come in milliseconds. Chalo. So having an index for this select statement is beneficial. Tell me, students, when else do you think index is beneficial? Is it only for where clause? Yes. Is it only for where clause that the index is beneficial? Is there any other situation when you feel that the index would be beneficial? Nanu, any other situation?
Having
Clause by index is not beneficial. Having some cell equal to something. I can't have an index for some cell column. But yes, Sakshi from Khandwa, if I have a select statement and I'm saying order by EMPNO, how does this work internally? Output will come ascending order of EMPNO.
Yes, sir.
Don't you think index would be beneficial? If I'm saying order by EMPNO, index is already storing the data in ascending order of EMPNO. All that MySQL has to do is return the rows of EMP table in this order. And all that precious time of sorting can be saved. So yes, even for order by clause, index would be beneficial. Ascending, descending doesn't matter. If it's descending, then all that MySQL has to do is return the rows in reverse order of this, and all that precious time of sorting can be saved. Understood, Sakshi? There are two Sakshis. A third situation, when to create index. If I have a select statement where I'm selecting department number and some cell. Actually, before that, can you think of any other situation when to create index? Pratik is saying group by clause. That's correct. Pratik, can you think of any other situation? Devi, when to create index? Manoj. Come on, students, make an attempt, yeah. Chaitanya, which common columns? You want me to tell you everything, spoon feeding? आप लोग भी थोड़ा effort करो ना. Min and max में index will not help.
Count.
Count में index will not help.
Delete.
Join.
Yes, Pratik, for joining index will help. Let me tell you one more situation when an index will help. Suppose I take distinct of EMPNO. What will distinct do? It will suppress the duplicates. How does distinct work internally? Sorting takes place. Sorting takes place in server RAM. It will sort it on the basis of EMPNO. Then it will go inside a for loop, compare the next value with previous value. That's how it suppresses the duplicates. Assuming that index is available for EMPNO, all that MySQL has to do is fetch the rows of EMP table in this order, and all that precious time of sorting can be saved. It will directly go inside a for loop and suppress the duplicates. So second situation, when to create index is if I'm using distinct. Is if I'm using distinct. Having an index would be beneficial if I'm using distinct. If I'm using distinct. One more situation. As Pratik was pointing out, index would be beneficial. Note down the next select. If I select department number and sum of cell, if I say group by department number, I will get to see sum of cell department wise. I'll get to see sum of cell department wise. Everyone knows how this select statement works internally. Department number and cell will be brought in the RAM. Sorting will take place department wise. Grouping will take place department wise. Summation will take place department wise. To make this select statement work faster, I need to create index for department number. Agreed? If I create index for department number column, this index, it's going to store department number in ascending order. And it will store the corresponding row IDs. And all that MySQL has to do now is fetch the rows of EMP table in this particular order. And all that precious time of sorting can be saved. It can directly go inside a for loop and calculate the sum of cell department wise. Fair enough. So one more situation. One more situation. When to create index if we have group by clause. Will you remember this? So whichever column is present in group by clause, you please create index for that column. In our case, it is department number. And there is one more situation when to create index. Students, you remember union? We did union yesterday.
Yes, sir.
In the case of union, it will combine the output of both the select statements. It will suppress the duplicates. Sorting takes place internally. To make it work faster, I should create index for whichever columns are present in union select. So the last situation would be union, intersect, and minus. Not union all. Because union all, sorting does not take place, duplicates are not suppressed. But yes, for union, intersect, and minus, you may want to create the index. Distinct पे क्या होता है धीरज? If I select distinct of EMPNO from EMP, you know how distinct works? What will distinct do? It will suppress the duplicate EMPNOs.
Yes, sir.
Now, how does distinct work internally? Sorting will take place. Sorting will take place. To make this select statement work faster, if I create index for EMPNO column, the index is already storing the data in ascending order of EMPNO.
Yes.
All that MySQL has to do is fetch the rows from EMP table in this particular order, bring them into the RAM, and all that precious time of sorting can be saved. It will directly go inside a for and suppress the duplicates.
Yes, sir.
So these are the situations when you should create index. Of course, not for union all, because their duplicates are not suppressed. Of course, intersect minus is not there in MySQL, but if you're using Oracle, then you please consider this one. Chalo. Does that mean, hang on a minute, this concentrate, huh? This is not an easy topic, but it's logical topic, common sense. दिमाग की बात नहीं है, common sense. Now, having written all these points, does this mean that every select statement with a where clause you should create index? Does this mean that every select statement with order by you should create index? What do you think? Do you think every select with a where clause should have an index? You think so? Your thinking is wrong. This does not mean that every select with a where clause you should create an index, because sometimes having an index rather than speeding up the select statement is going to slow it down. सुनो मेरी बात. You see Nyaneshwar, may I call you Nyanu? I have a friend called Nyaneshwar, we call him Nyanu. Gyanu. So, Gyanu, once you create the index, you don't have any control over it. Everything is automatic here. Once you create the index, you don't have any control over it. Everything is automatic. And sometimes having the index, rather than speeding up your select statement, it may actually slow it down. Sometimes it's better to search directly in the table. So we need to understand how MySQL works internally. We need to understand when an index should be created. Now see here, Ishi, I am saying where employee number equal to 1. I'm searching for employee number equal to 1. If I have this index for EMPNO column, MySQL will use the index. I cannot stop MySQL now. It will use the index. Search for employee number 1. When 2 is found, it will stop searching. Whatever is the row ID, go to that address, return the row very fast. Good. Good. On the other hand, suppose I have a select statement. If I have a select statement where employee number equal to 5, if I have a select statement where employee number equal to 5, I have a where clause, I'm using EMPNO column, I have index for EMPNO column, MySQL will use the index. I cannot stop MySQL now, it will use the index. And thankfully, it will execute very fast. Don't worry if employee number 5 is the last row inside the index. It will be fast. Sometimes you'll search for name equal to A. Sometimes you'll search for name equal to Z. Overall, the performance will be excellent. ये भी ठीक है. Now understand the next one. I have a select statement where I am saying EMPNO is less than 2. EMPNO is less than 2. क्या होगा? I have a where condition. I have a where condition. I have EMPNO column in where condition. I have index for EMPNO column. MySQL will search inside the index. It will show me less than 2. Output will be very fast. Say in all these three situations, having an index would be beneficial. Output चुटकी में आएगा. Problem कहाँ पे होता है न्यानू? I'll tell you. Suppose I have a select statement where employee number is not equal to 1. I have a select statement where employee number not equal to 1. You understand what's going to happen here? If I say where employee number not equal to 1, practically all the rows are coming. And when so many rows are coming in the output, why to go and search in the index? Might as well go and search in the table, do a full table scan. So the point to be written is definitely select statement with where clause, select statement with order by clause, yes. But second thing which you need to consider, if your select statement returns less than 25% of table data, you create index for that select statement. If your select statement returns 25% or more of table data, then please do not create index for that select statement, because if you do, it will make matters worse. Your select statement retrieves less than 25% of table data. This calculation you have to do, students. So when you create the table, when you write the select statement, you should have an understanding how many rows will be returned by the select statement. ये गणित आपको करना है. Accordingly, you decide whether to create the index or not create the index. So to create or not to create, that is the question. That decision you have to do. Because once you create index, it is out of our hand. So देख लेना. Take count of staff from EMP, see how many rows are there in EMP, see how many rows are coming in the output, and you decide whether to create index or not to create index. I think these 2 points by themselves pretty much cover all the situations when an index should be created. नट सम्राट नहीं है रोहित, वो शेक्सपियर है. It is from Hamlet. Now one more thing. Everyone knows what is meant by primary key. Topic of primary key I will cover tomorrow. But I think this much everyone knows that primary key is the unique column. Key is another word for column. Key is another word for column. So primary key means primary column. In our case, we can have EMPNO as primary key. Because I don't have any duplicate values for EMPNO. See, I can have duplicate values for ename. I can have 2 employees with the same name, but I can't have 2 employees with the same value for EMPNO. Or in your case, primary key would be roll number. You know, I can have 2 students with the same name, but I can't have 2 students with the same roll number, isn't it? In our case, the primary key is EMPNO. PK indicates primary key. Now, my point is, if you want to search for a particular row, if I want to search for a particular row, if I say where name equal to A, if I say where name equal to A, I cannot guarantee that my select statement will return only 1 row. Because I can have 2 employees with the same name, 3 employees with the same name. But if I'm searching where EMPNO equal to 1, it is guaranteed that my select statement will return only 1 row. Thing is, your primary key column is the best column for searching. Your primary key column should always be indexed. Your primary key column should always be indexed. Primary key column is the best column for searching. ये hint दे रहा हूं मैं आपको. This is the best column for searching. The primary key column should always be indexed.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
You said that we should avoid using index when we retrieve 25% of table data. So why it is, what problems would occur then?
No. I said you should avoid creating index if your select statement returns more than 25% table data. Because if your select statement returns more than 25% of table data, then large number of rows are being coming in the output. And if large number of rows are coming in the output, rather than searching inside the index and finding out the row ID, it would be faster to search directly inside the table and do a full table scan. Did you understand?
So the full table scan will be faster then.
If your select statement returns large amount of rows, more than 25%. अगर इतना सारा डेटा आ रहा है greater than 25%, then might as well search in the table ना. Index में जाके row ID ढूंढना और फिर इधर आना would be more time consuming. This number is recommended by Oracle Corporation. If you want best performance from Oracle and MySQL, then we should follow these guidelines. Some books on RDBMS are there which put this figure between 10 and 15%. But Oracle Corporation has said 25%, so I am going to listen to Oracle Corporation. And one last point, when to create index. One last point, when to create index. एक काम करते हैं, ये जो इंडेक्स है ना, इसको थोड़ा मैं बाजू में करूं. अरे यार, excuse me, माइक्रोसॉफ्ट व्हाइट बोर्ड हैंग हो गया. Lots of bugs in whiteboard. Not expected from micro. क्या हो गया? Yes. मेरा इंडेक्स क्या लगता है? So here I have EMP table. Do one thing, students. Please create one more table. Please create department table. Let's create one more table. Let's create department table. In department table, I have department number. I have dname and I have location. Department number, I have 1, 2, and 3. dname, training, exports, marketing. and location is Mumbai, Delhi, Cal. So that's my department table. You know, here also, I'm going to have row ID. Every row is having some row ID. Let's assume it is Y11, Y12, and Y13. So that's my department table. Let me paste it over here. Just below EMP. Has everyone drawn this? Now listen. Suppose you write a join. Finish writing Swapnali. Now listen. Suppose you have a join between department and EMP. I will select DNAME ename. I will select from EMP comma department where department number equal to department number. Where department number equal to department number. Now listen. Department number column is common in both the tables. Department number column is common in both the tables. Everyone knows how this select statement will work internally. What happens in this situation? Department is the driving table, EMP is the driven table. Just bear with me. Look here. What will MySQL do? Fetch the first row from department. Department number 1 is there. Go to EMP, search for 1. It will carry on till the end of the table. It will do a full table scan and it will return DNAME in it. Then what happens? MySQL will fetch second row of department. Department number 2 is there. Again, it will go to EMP. Now it is searching for 2. Again, it will do a full table scan. Then it will fetch the last row of department. 3 is there. Go to EMP. Search for 3. Of course, nowhere I'm having 3. Nothing will be returned. And I'll get to see DNAME. Question is, how to make this join work faster? One thing which we can do, one thing which we have done, we have chosen department as driving table. This is table with lesser number of rows. This will improve the performance of the join. The I/O between server hard disk and server RAM will be 3 only. This is the first thing that I can do to make my join work faster. The second thing that I can do is concentrate on where condition. I can create indexes, concentrate on where condition. Department table, department number column equal to EMP table, department number. To make this work faster, I need to create 2 indexes. Students, I need to create 2 indexes. One index I will create Let me call it I1. This index that I'm creating, it is for department number of department. It will store the department numbers in ascending order. It will store the corresponding row IDs, which is Y11, Y12, and Y13. The second index which I'm going to create, it is for department number of EMP. So I'll create a second index. Let me call it I2. This index I'm creating, it is for department number column of EMP table. It will store the department numbers. It will store the row IDs. In our case, it is X1, X2, X3. X4 and X5. Now listen, students. Assuming that you have created these indexes in advance, now when I issue my select statement, what will MySQL do? Rather than searching inside the tables, MySQL will use the index. What will MySQL do? Fetch the first row from this index. Department number 1 is there. Go to second index. Search for 1. When 2 is found, it will stop searching, and whatever are the respective row IDs, it will go to those respective addresses and return the details very fast. Then what happens? MySQL will fetch the second row from this index, come to this index, search for 2, whatever are the respective row IDs, it will go to those respective addresses and return the rows very fast. Similarly for department number 3. So now what are we having, guys? I have a driving index. I have a driven index. Forget driving table, driven table. वो outdated है. वो 3 दिन पहले की बात है. आज कुछ नया बता रहा हूँ. I have a driving index. I have a driven index. Driving index. Driven index. And that is your last point, students. The common columns in join operations should always be indexed. The common columns in join operations should always be indexed. You will have to create 2 indexes, boss. Concentrate on where condition. One index you will create for department number of department. The second one you will create it is for department number of EMP. You'll have to create 2 indexes. Has everyone drawn this? Yes? Yes, no.
Yes, sir.
And everyone has written this point. Common columns in join operations should always be indexed. You'll have to create 2 indexes. You can't have a composite index here. Composite index should be 2 columns of same table. Here I have 2 columns of 2 different tables. You'll have to create 2 indexes. One for department number of department, the other for department number of EMP. So please follow these 4 points. Please follow these guidelines. When to create an index. When I say primary key column, it's not just primary key column. I would like you to update this point. Your primary key and unique columns. जिधर भी unique column है, mobile number, email ID, Aadhaar card number, PAN card number, GST number. These are all great columns for searching. You please create indexes for all such columns. Please update that point number 3. It's not just primary key, but even your unique columns should always be indexed. So now that we have understood all this, now comes the easy part. The command to create index, please note down. Create index name on table column. Students, I'm going to restrict myself to MySQL now. Oracle mein command is slightly different and I don't want to confuse you. That you can learn later. Right now, let's focus on CDAC syllabus. Let's talk about MySQL. This is the point where I'm going to stop discussing Oracle and I'll focus only on MySQL. Yes, Dheeraj. आपके लिए तो फ्री पड़ी है वो 11 रुपए बच गए. So conditions when an index should be created is what we discuss. Now I'm showing you the command to create index. Command to create index. In our case, suppose I'm writing a select statement. Suppose I'm saying select star from EMP. I'm saying where EMP no equal to 1. If I want to make this select statement work faster, I need to create index, right? For which column will I create the index? EMPNO. See which is there in where clause. I need to create index for EMPNO. So the command to create index, I will say create index name on EMP table, EMPNO column. Please write everything. Create index name. Create index name. EMP table, employee number column. And that's all you have to do, students. I'm creating an index by which name I underscore EMP underscore EMPNO. And this index, it is for EMP table. It is for employee number column. So this index will store all the EMPNOs in ascending order, and it will store the corresponding row IDs. So once you have created this index, once you have created this index, now if I write this select statement, output will come in seconds, output will come in milliseconds. And you'll have a happy customer, you'll have a happy client, and he's going to compliment you. Thank you for making such a fantastic software for me. Your client is going to thank you. Rohit, you want a happy customer, no? Your client is saying, कहाँ है रोहित? कहाँ है वो प्रोग्रामर? कहाँ है वो डेवलपर जिसने ये सेलेक्ट स्टेटमेंट लिखा है? कहाँ है वो हाथ? कहाँ है वो उंगलियां? उनको मैं चूमना चाहता हूँ जिन्होंने ये इंडेक्स क्रिएट किया है. When you create the index, this is the index name. Try to give a meaningful name. From the name only, it stands out that this is index for EMP table. This is for EMPNO column. Try to give a meaningful name. I'm sure once you start working, your company is going to train you on coding standards, on naming conventions. It's different for each company. This is what I use in Siebel. This is what we use in Oracle Corporation. But you may have some other company which has their own standards. Maximum 30 characters. Same rules as table names. My index can have maximum 30 characters. Table name, index name cannot be the same. It has to be some unique name. See what Ganesh is asking. Can I say select star and see what is there in the index? So you know what Ganesh wants to do? You know what he wants to do? He wants to say select star from I underscore EMP underscore EMPNO. Is that what you want to do, Ganesh?
Yes.
Why do you want to see what is there in the index?
Just
उगीत
curiosity, sir.
ऐसे ही काड़ियागिरी टाइम पास. I want to see what is there in the index. इतना मैंने अच्छा डिस्कशन किया 2.5 घंटे का. गणेश बोलता है बाकी सब छोड़, मेरे को इंडेक्स के अंदर क्या है वो देखना है. अरे भैया, MySQL has told us कि index will store employee number, it will store OID, we should trust them. Who knows, maybe there is some more data, maybe there is some more information in the index. Try this out and let me know what error message you get. And if you're not happy with this, send an email, contact@MySQL. मेरे को देखना है इंडेक्स के अंदर क्या है. Yes, Himanshu, I'm coming to that. Coming to that. This will give an error, students? It won't allow. You cannot see what is there inside the index. Not in MySQL, not in Oracle also. It won't allow. Yes, Dheeraj. लेकिन नहीं दिखता है ना धीरज, क्या करें? Even in Oracle you can't see what is there in the index. उनको आम खाने से मतलब है या गुटली गिनने से? Read the index, give it to MySQL. Similarly, I'll create one index for ename, create index name, EMP table, ename column. Similarly, I'll create index for sal. Create as many as you want. There's no upper limit. If necessary, create a separate index for every column. There's no upper limit on number of indexes. In MySQL, there is no upper limit. In Oracle, there is no upper limit. If you are using Microsoft SQL Server, in Microsoft SQL Server, the upper limit is 255. You can't create more than 255 indexes for a table. So in Microsoft SQL Server, if I have a table with 1,000 columns, and if I have 500 different select statements for 500 different columns, I can only create 255 indexes, which means 51% of my select statements will be fast. 49% of my select statements will be slow. So what do the guys in Microsoft do? They plan their work. These 100 select statements I'll run on Monday. सुबह उठ के create index. These 200 select statements I'll run on Tuesday. सुबह उठ के drop index, create index. These 150 select statements I'll run on Wednesday. सुबह उठ के drop index, create index. और जिंदगी भर drop index, create index. But this is not a problem in MySQL and Oracle. There is no upper limit number of indexes. That doesn't mean you create index for time pass. Because index will occupy space, it will slow down your insert, update, delete. You please create index only for those columns which are present in where clause, as per the above guidelines that we have discussed. Dheeraj will get an error. If you try to create two indexes with same name, you will get an error. Just like you cannot create two tables with same name, na? Like that, you can't create two indexes with the same name. You will get an error. That index by this name already exists. And yes, if you want to create a composite index, combination of 2 columns, 3 columns, 4 columns, just separate by commas. Just separate by commas. Keep writing. This order of columns is important here. First column department number will be the primary index key. Second column EMPNO will be the secondary index key. It will affect the performance. Ideally, parent column will come first, child column will come second. Okay? Just like Swapnali was saying earlier, if I have composite index of country and city, country will be the first column, city will be the second column. It will affect your performance. Huh? And yes, by default, all indexes are in ascending order. But Himanshu has asked a question. What if I want index in descending order? If you want index in descending order, no problem. You specify DSC. Does that answer your question, Himanshu?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Does it really matter whether index is in ascending order or descending order?
मतलब पूछ रहा था बस कि करेगा कि नहीं करेगा काम.
अच्छा वो आपने पूछा because Himanshu it matters. Matters whether index is in ascending order or descending order. It won't make a difference for employee number. It won't make a difference for ename. Sometimes I'll search for A, sometimes I'll search for Z. But consider this situation, Himanshu. Suppose you have an orders table. You know, in orders table, you have order number, you have order date, and other columns. Now, in orders table, suppose you have 1,000,000 orders. You are going to have 1,000,000 rows here. Now, Himanshu, if you have 1,000,000 orders, mostly you'll be searching for the latest order. Will I be searching for 5-year-old order number 1? No. Most of my searching is going to be for the new orders. Today's orders, yesterday's orders, this week's orders. So here, when I create index for orders table, when I create index for order number column, in this situation, I feel we should have the index in descending order so that the latest order is stored first inside the index. The older orders are stored below. So here, Himanshu, it's going to matter whether you have ascending or descending. Okay?
ठीक है सर.
By default, indexes are in descending order. Sorry, ascending order. By default, indexes are in ascending order. And that is common for all RDBMSs. But here I have the flexibility, whether I want ascending or descending. If you are using Postgres, you know CDAC uses Postgres. CDAC Harger, they are using Postgres. They have an R&D division. They are using Postgres. In Postgres, the indexes are in descending order. Because in Postgres, the source code has been written in Arabic language. And in Arabic language, we read from right to left. So there the indexes are in descending order. Otherwise, all other RDBMSs by default are ascending. And yes, even for your composite index, you can have department number descending, EMPNO ascending. Is possible. If you want both to be descending, you will specify DSC separately for each column. Understood? CDAC वालों. If you want to see which all indexes have been created, are created for specific tables, you don't have to remember it. Just like you say show tables, na? We have show indexes. I can say show indexes from EMP will show me what indexes are available for EMP table. That's the good thing in MySQL. I don't have to remember anything. If I want to see which users are there, I'll say select star from user. If I want to see which tables are there, I'll say show tables. If I want to see structure of table, I'll say describe. If I want to see which indexes are there for EMP table, I'll say show indexes from EMP. Will show me which indexes are there on EMP table. But if you want to see all indexes on all tables, in all schemas, then you'll have to first connect to information schema. And then you can say select star from statistics. You'll have to say select star from statistics. Statistics. This is a system table. Huh? It is storing all your index information. So this stores information in more detail. Total of 63 system tables are there in MySQL. They store complete information about the database. This is one such system table. I'll show it to you. Let me open Workbench. I'll log in as DC user. I'll connect to information schema. And then I will say select star from statistics. Lots of columns is there in statistics. I have the table schema. I have the table name, the index schema, the index name. If it's a composite index, I can see. If it's a composite index, then I can see the column position in the index, which is the primary index key, which is the second index key, for which column it has been created, blah, blah, blah. There's so much information in this particular system table. These other columns are not relevant to you. They are of interest to your administrator because index data is also fragmented. So your DBA would like to know how much percentage of the index has been fragmented, because that's also going to be a performance killer. So these other columns are not relevant to you. As a developer, you need to know what indexes are there for which table, for which column. And if it's composite, then what is the column position and whether it is ascending or descending. And once you create the index, it is permanent. If you want to drop the index, drop index, index name, on EMP will drop the index. So user requirements are always changing. If you don't plan to use a particular select statement in future, then drop the index. No? Why to leave it unnecessarily if it's not needed? Why to leave it? It will occupy space. It will slow down your insert statement, isn't it? Questions? No questions? Let me show you one more option here. When you give the command to create the index, Dheeraj, how to drop more than one index? You'll have to drop each one separately. इसमें shortcut नहीं है. If you're dropping table, Dheeraj, I can say drop table EMP comma department. But that's not possible with index. You'll have to drop each one separately. I hope that answers you, Dheeraj.
Yes, sir.
मैं क्या बोल रहा था? When I give the command to create index, keep writing. When I create index for EMPNO column, instead of creating an ordinary index, I have an option. I can create unique index. Create unique index. Create unique index. Here I am creating unique index for EMPNO column. What is special about unique index? It works like a normal index. 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 It will store EMPNO in ascending order. It will store the row ID. It will make my searching faster. But it performs one extra function. It won't allow the user to insert duplicate value for EMPNO. So everything else is the same, but this performs one extra function. And what is that? It won't allow the user. It won't allow the user to insert duplicate values in EMPNO. And yes, in case you are wondering, why What if you already have duplicate value in EMPNO? If you already have duplicate value in EMPNO, it won't allow you to create the unique index. So that validation is done by MySQL at the time of index creation. So at the time of creating the unique index, if you already have duplicate values in EMPNO, then MySQL will not allow you to create the unique index. So that validation is done by MySQL at the time of index creation. You can have a composite unique index also. Any questions? No questions.
So
Hmm.
in case of composite unique index, only all the columns should have unique values, or only primary index key should have unique values?
You know,
Hmm?
for whichever column you're creating the unique index, I'm creating unique index for EMPNO. EMPNO should have unique values, but other columns in the table can contain duplicates. Not a problem.
Okay.
And if it's a composite unique index, combination of department number and employer number, then combination of both columns put together, there should not be repeating combination.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Thank you, sir.
And yes, one more point I'll tell you. MySQL will not allow you to create more than one index on the same column. MySQL will not allow you to create more than one index on the same column. Because don't you think having two indexes on the same column would be redundant? So this validation is also done by MySQL at the time of index creation. If you already have another index on that particular column, you'll get an error. That index on this column is already available. Yes, you can create two indexes for the same column, provided it is combined with other columns. Like I can have a combination of department number and employee number, composite index. Another one which is combination of department number and e-name as composite index. But two similar combinations, it won't allow. Which I think in any case would be redundant. Why to have two indexes on the same column? Even if you give ascending, descending, it doesn't allow. There are various types of indexes. What we have seen today is normal index, and we have seen unique index. Okay? But then there are more types. You can have a bitmap index. You can have an index organized table. You can have index partitioning. इसमें भी दो प्रकार है, global and local, etc. And students, I can go on and on. I can go on and on. I can teach you 5-6 hours daily for the next 2 weeks, and we can go on and on talking about indexes. At your level, this much is. And students, I can teach you 5-6 hours a day for the next 4 or 5 years. And even after that, we will not have covered even 0.5% of what Oracle is. और उससे आगे मेरे को भी नहीं है. It's very vast. Yeah. I would say this was your introduction to indexes. Try out all these commands later. Any questions? Dheeraj, Himanshu?
No, sir.
सर पहले ट्राई करना पड़ेगा.
I'm sorry?
सर ये पहले ट्राई करना पड़ेगा.
ये try करो. And बाद में if you have a query, you can ask me tomorrow. Or you can send me an email or WhatsApp me. So let's start with a new topic. Before we start with a new topic, let's not take a break, but before we start the next topic, let's just take a deep breath. Himanshu, do you want to tell us something? थोड़ा mind fresh करने के लिए, you want to share some story?
Yes, sir.
The never-ending story. Let's start with a new topic. Again, I'm going to discuss MySQL, not Oracle. अभी बहुत हो गया. Only what certain topics were there in Oracle I showed you. Like outer join and all is not there. No? So with the help of Oracle, I had to show you intersect, minus, all that. Now we'll focus on MySQL. The topic I want to go through is privileges. सही बात है कौन? कुछ स्टूडेंट्स ऑलरेडी शादीशुदा है ना ये बैच में. अरे एक बार मैं सीडैक खारगर आया था ना, क्या हुआ था? Let's talk about privileges. What do we have in privileges? We have grant and revoke. We have grant and revoke. Grant and revoke. These are DCL commands. Remember DCL, grant and revoke are DCL commands. Data control language. When you create a table, By default, other users cannot access your table unless you grant them the permissions. That would be possible using grant and revoke. So now, let's consider we have a multi-user environment. I have a multi-user environment. I have a multi-user environment. Let's assume we have 4 users. I have 4 users. I have 4 users. Let's start with user 1. Let's assume that this username is Dishi. For Dishi user, do you remember what was the schema name? I think the schema name was Bhopal, right? That's what I had last week.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Let me open Workbench and confirm. Yes, for Dishi user, I had given default schema as Bhopal, which means all tables created by this user are stored in Bhopal database. They are stored in Bhopal schema. Now this is her EMP table. Let's assume the second user username is Vaibhav. For Vaibhav user, the schema name, let's assume it is Indore, which means all the tables created by Vaibhav will be stored in this schema, that is Indore schema. Right now, let's focus on these 2 users. Let's say this guy is Manoj. And let's assume that this last one is Devi, for example. I have 4 users. So this is Dishi user. This is Vaibhav user. I hope you're drawing all this. It will help you to remember after 6 months. So I have a multi-user environment. I have 4 users. When Dishi has created EMP table, when Dishi has created EMP table, she is the owner of this table. She is the owner of this table. By default, other users cannot access the EMP table created by Dishi unless she has granted them the permissions. If she wants to share the data with other users, how will she do it? I'll show you. See here. Here I'm typing Dishi underscore MySQL. When I say Dishi underscore MySQL, what I'm trying to imply is Dishi is typing this command. Okay, na? When I say Dishi underscore MySQL, it means Dishi is typing this command, and my Dishi user, he will say grant select on EMP to Vaibhav. Grant select on EMP to Vaibhav. So now Vaibhav user can select star from Dishi's EMP table. Thanks to Dishi because she's granted him the permission. Once Dishi has granted this permission to Vaibhav, it is permanent. No need to say commit. It is permanent. In your CDAC syllabus, by mistake they have said, by mistake they have mentioned that grant and revoke are DTL commands. I think that's a printing mistake. Be careful, students. Grant and revoke are DCL commands. No need to say commit. So Dishi is granting select permission on EMP table to Vaibhav. So Vaibhav can select star from Dishi. Mind you, Vaibhav can only select star from her table. Vaibhav cannot insert, update, delete. If Vaibhav is a trusted user, Dishi can grant him the insert permission. So now Vaibhav can do two things. He can select also, he can insert also. But he can't update, he can't delete. If Vaibhav is a trusted user, then Dishi can grant him the update permission also. So now Vaibhav can do three things. Vaibhav can select, Vaibhav can insert, Vaibhav can update. But he can't delete. If Vaibhav is a trusted user, then we can grant delete permissions also. So now Vaibhav can do everything. Insert, update, delete, and select. No problem. I'm granting each permission separately. You can always say grant, select, comma, insert on EMP to Vaibhav. This is possible. You can try this out later. Do one thing, create 2 users, create 3 users. I had asked you to create 2, 3 users. If not, please do that tonight. Create 2, 3 users and grant permissions to other users. See if you can access the table. You can even say grant all. Grant all means everything. Insert, update, delete, select everything. That's what grant all does. Insert, update, delete, and select. So grant all is also possible. I'll show you another option here. If you want to grant to multiple users, just separate by commas. Grant select on EMP to Vaibhav, Manoj. If you want to share with multiple users, no problem. Just separate by commas. And if you want to share with everyone, grant select on EMP to public. Public means all users. Global. Public means all users. So if you want to share your table with all the users in the database, you can grant to public. Public means all users. No problem. Opposite of grant is revoke. Revoke select on EMP from Webhub. So if your requirements are changing, maybe you want to share the table only temporarily, only for the next 2 weeks. After that, you can revoke the permissions, as I have shown here. And if you want to see which all permissions have been granted, and which all permissions have been received, you don't have to remember it. It is there in system tables. I can always say select star from information schema dot table underscore privileges. And I'll get to see which all tables I have granted permissions, what permissions, to which users, and which all tables I have received permissions, of which tables, of which users, and what permission. So that's the cool thing here, guys. We don't have to remember it. Complete information is there in system tables. Any questions on grant and revoke? No questions on grant and revoke?
Sir, if one user is getting all the permission, so can he also grant permission from his side?
No, that only the owner can do.
Okay.
Only the owner can grant. Now, students, listen. Let's focus on these two users. Let's focus on Vaibhav and Dishi. Now understand. For Dishi user, schema name is Bhopal. For Vaibhav user, schema name is Indore. Both. Yes, Tejas. Row locking will happen if two users update the same table, the same row at the same time. Locking will occur. The first user is the winner. The second will have to wait. Does that answer you, Tejas? Great. Let me show you something more important here. Ritu, you cannot shift ownership to other users. Why would you want to do that? देखो बिल बना के सब छोड़ना है दूसरे यूजर के लिए. Yes, Himanshu, that's what happens. That's what happens when you come to CDAC. Your database is there in server room, but you will be sitting in the lab on different machines. There's a separate computer for every student, and from different computers from different locations, all of you will be accessing the same database, and you can work on same database and share tables. That's what I have done with you all. I've created a students table, I've created a courses table, and all of you from all over the world can connect to my database and access the data. Jairam, can we give permission for specific rows only? There is a way of doing it with the help of views, Jairam. Topic of views I will cover on Monday. Got it, Jairam? अब मैं बोलूं मैं क्या बोलने वाला था I have two users, Rishi user and Vaibhav user. Rishi user default schema is Bhopal. Vaibhav user default schema is Indore. Both users are users of same database. Now, listen. Rishi user creates an EMP table. If Rishi user creates EMP table, she is the owner of this table. And how will she access her table? She will say select star from EMP. At the same time, Vaibhav user can also create EMP table. This is a separate table. If Vaibhav user says select star from EMP, if Vaibhav user says select star from EMP, he'll get to see his own table. How come it is allowing you? You cannot create two tables with the same name. You cannot create two tables with the same name. But two users can create table with the same name, provided their respective schemas are different. Why? Because internally, EMP table created by Dishi, internally, it is saved as opal.emp. Whereas the EMP table created by Vaibhav, internally, it is stored as indore.emp. It's always schema name. It's always schema name dot table name. Now you understand how MySQL works internally. It is schema name dot table name. Now, for a moment, if you don't mind, I'm going to reduce the font a bit. I hope you all can see this clearly, students. Not a problem. For a moment, let us assume that Dishi has granted permissions to Vaibhav. Which that is possible with grant and revoke, which I covered 5 minutes ago. Assuming that Dishi has shared her table with Vaibhav, if Vaibhav says select star from EMP, he'll get to see his own table. But suppose he wants to access the EMP table of Dishi user, he will say select star from opal.emp. Understood? And that's how you access the table of other users. Provided they have granted you permission. Similarly, if Vaibhav is having insert permission, how will he insert a row? He will say insert into opal.emp. Now you know how to write program for multi-user. Similarly, if Vaibhav has the update permission, how will he update? Update Bhopal.emp set something, and assuming he has the delete permission, he will say delete from Bhopal.emp followed by the where condition. No problem, students. And that's how you're going to write application for multi. Now you know how MySQL works internally. It is schema name dot table name. Schema is synonym for database. So either you say schema name dot table name, or you may want to refer to it as database name dot table name.
So if Vaibhav doesn't have an EMP table, still he has to write bhopal.emp, or at that time simple EMP will work.
No, even if he doesn't have EMP table, he'll still have to say Bhopal.emp.
Okay.
Because if he says select star from EMP, if Vaibhav says select star from EMP, he will see his own table. And if he doesn't have EMP table, he'll get an error.
Okay.
Himanshu, can we write schema name dot table name dot column name? Yes. If you're writing a join, you'll need that.
Okay.
At a join, you will say Bhopal dot department number equal to Bhopal dot emp dot department number.
ये ऐसे अपन लोग ये अपडेट वाले में लिख सकते हैं ना, जब कोई कॉलम को अपडेट करोगे या मतलब कोई भी वैल्यू
अपडेट, अब अगर कॉलम आपको अगर अपडेट करना है, यू कैन डायरेक्टली से अपडेट Bhopal dot emp and ename equal to something. You don't have to use table name dot column name everywhere. In the case of joins, वो भी अगर कॉलम नेम कॉमन है दो टेबल पे तभी लिखते हैं. May I rub this? Students, everyone wrote this. Now, let me answer a very interesting question that was asked by Vaibhav. Huh? No, you cannot grant DDL commands, Manoj. You can only grant insert, update, delete, and select. Dropping the table, only the owner can drop, Manoj. Okay?
Yes, sir.
To answer the interesting question that was raised by Vaibhav, you know, when Dishi user is granting permissions to Vaibhav, there is an option with grant option. If she says with grant option, Vaibhav, if she says with grant option, then Vaibhav user can pass on the grant to others. Grant select on Bhopal.emp to Manoj. And that's how you can pass on the grant. Bhopal, not Bhopla, Bhopal. Grant select on Bhopal.emp to Manoj. Typing mistake, sorry. Grant select on Gopal.emp to Manoj. Does that answer your question, Vaibhav?
Yes, sir.
So you can pass on the grant to others.
Yes, sir. Got it.
If someone does nice thing to you, you will do a nice thing for someone else. You can learn a lot about database. You can learn a lot about life by understanding database. मेरी तो जिंदगी निकल गई. Again, Manoj will access the table by saying Gopal.emp. It won't be Indore.Gopal.emp. That only happens in Himanshu SQL. So I think I've answered everyone. There was only one question by Jairam. Jairam is asking, can we give permission for specific rows only? Jairam, this is possible with the help of views. Topic of views we'll see next week. Okay?
Yes, sir.
So I'll get back to you then. So, Dheeraj is asking, what if Dishi revokes from Vaibhav? Sorry, Manoj still has the permission. Obviously, Himanshu, if Manoj changes something in table, it will affect Dishi. That's why we are using multi-user. No?
Okay, sir.
So I'm using multi-user because I want you to insert rows and update rows in my table. नहीं तो ये सब करने की जरूरत ही नहीं थी. You create yours, I create mine. So try this out, and later students, when you do your project at the end of CDAC course, whatever may be your project, online exam, online shopping, जो भी है, try to make it multi-user. Try to make it multi-user.
Sir, your voice was lagging at that time. Actually, I want to know if this is revoking permission from me, so it will be revoked for Manoj also?
No.
No.
If Dishi revokes from Vaibhav, Manoj will continue to have access to her Bhopal table. He'll have to revoke from Manoj separately. ठीक है? So on that note, I think we can take another break. And after the break, we shall do constraints. We shall do primary key, foreign key. All.
Yes, sir.
Chalo. So let's start with a new topic. I'm going to open 2 copies of DBT file because we have lots to write. Next topic is constraints. Let's do constraints. To explain the constraints, let me create a new EMP table. In EMP table, I have employee number and e-name. I have SAL and department number. And let's consider PAN number. Do you know what is PAN number, students? What is PAN number? Hello?
Permanent account number.
Permanent account number.
Yes, that is your income tax number. It's permanent account number. And let's take passport number also. PP number is passport number. If you want a job in civil, passport is compulsory. So I have employee number, I have email. I have SAL. I have department number. I'm not going to enter any data in PAN number and passport. कौसुभी सिंह चलो एक चीज तो रेडी है पासपोर्ट भी निकाल ले तत्काल So I'll just copy paste this here. Decent. So EMPNO I'll consider 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Chalo. Speaking about constraints, the definition of constraints. This is the limitations imposed on a table. Speaking of constraints, this is the limitations imposed on a table. Limitations or restrictions imposed on a table. Different types of constraints are there. Different types of constraints are there. See my diagram. For example, e-name should be entered in uppercase. Lowercase not allowed. Salary cannot be negative. Salary cannot exceed 10,000. Age has to be greater than 21. Different types of constraints are there. First, let's discuss the primary key constraint. Today, let's discuss the primary key constraint. As I mentioned earlier, key is another word for column. Key is another word for column. So primary key means primary column. Primary key means primary column, main column. The definition for primary key, this is column or set of columns that uniquely identifies a row. It's a column or set of columns that uniquely identifies a row. Column or set of columns that uniquely identifies a row. Okay. In our case, which column shall we take as primary key? Let us consider.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Employee number.
Yes, that's correct. Let's consider employee number as primary key. Swapnali, is this the same Swapnali who joined us early?
Yes, sir.
Acha, you're looking different. Anyway, in our case, it is EMPNO. Column or set of columns that uniquely identifies a row. In our case, it is EMPNO. Keep writing. थोड़ा लंबा ब्रेक हो गया आज. Duplicate values are not allowed. Duplicate values are not allowed. See my diagram. I can have two employees with the same name. Maybe they are getting the same sal also. Maybe they belong to the same department number also. But I can't have two employees. I cannot have two rows with the same value of EMPNO. So duplicate values are not allowed. It has to be unique. It has to be unique. Also, the null values are not allowed. The null values are not allowed. It's a compulsory column. Employee number is a compulsory column. Employee number is a mandatory column. Mandatory means compulsory. User has to enter a value for EMPNO. It's a mandatory column. You know something? In the last 1 week, whichever tables we created, we never had any primary key. And we were working happily with them. We created tables, we inserted rows, we wrote select statement, we wrote joins, we wrote subqueries. Having a primary key in your table is not compulsory, but it's recommended. It's recommended that every table must have a primary key. It's recommended. It's recommended that every table should have a primary key. It's not compulsory, but it's recommended. It helps in the long run. So here's what you're going to do, guys. Henceforth, starting from this moment, henceforth, whichever new table you create, you examine the table, you examine the structure, identify some key column, make it the primary key. If you cannot identify key column, मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ, if you can't identify key column, no problem. Add an extra column PQR. Make it primary key. Don't worry about hard disk space. Add one extra column PQR. Store 1, 2, 3 there. मेरे को क्या है, store DAC1, DAC2, DAC3 there. Make it auto increment or something. I don't care. You must have a primary key in your table. Now let's get one thing straight here. Let's get one thing straight here. Let's get one thing straight here. Don't mix up primary key with auto increment. They're two different things. Primary key is not a serial number. It's not a row number. Employee number, I can have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can have missing numbers. No problem. But no duplicates, please. I can have missing employee number. Maybe employee has left the organization. What am I saying? I can have a missing value for the EMP now. Maybe the employee has left the organization. No problem. I'll delete the row. I have a missing number. No problem. But no duplicates, please. It could even be alphanumeric. No problem. I can have K1, K2, K3 for all the Khargar employees. I can have J1, J2, J3 for all the Juhu employees. Could be alphanumeric also. No problem. But no duplicate value. So what is the purpose of primary key? The purpose of primary key is row uniqueness. With the help of primary key, I can distinguish between two rows of the table. That is the purpose of primary key. Write down. Purpose of primary key. Purpose of primary key is row uniqueness. Means what? It means with the help of primary key, with the help of primary column, with the help of primary key, you can distinguish between two rows of a table. Right? Done. देखो इधर. You tell me, students, how does MySQL distinguish between two rows?
On the basis of row ID.
On the basis of row ID, that's correct. How does MySQL distinguish between two rows on the basis of row ID? In fact, MySQL is one step ahead of us. When it comes to row ID, forget about EMP table. No two rows of any table can have the same row ID. It works as a unique identifier in the entire database. You and I need not go that far. As long as I can distinguish between two rows of EMP table, my purpose is solved. Now, sometimes it comes in interviews. Why don't you make row ID as primary key? आप लोग बताओ, why don't you make row ID as primary key?
18 कैरेक्टर लिखना feasible नहीं
It is
होगा.
not the part of the table.
It is unique.
Not the part of the table.
Row ID is unique, ना problem क्या है?
It's a pseudo column.
You don't have access to it.
So many answers from different students, and all answers are correct. Now let me summarize what everybody is saying here. Interview question, why don't you make row ID as primary key? अब मैं माला बोलू दे आता. Listen to me. Why don't you make row ID as primary key? Well, first of all, in MySQL I can't see the row ID. In Oracle I can see the row ID. In MySQL I cannot see the row ID. So the interviewer will say, we don't use MySQL, we use Oracle. Now what is the problem? Well, if I'm using Oracle, why not make row ID as primary key? Arey bhaiya, row ID is not a column of the table, as Amay is pointing out. Row ID is a fake column, it's a pseudo column, it is the row address. Just because I'm using select statement, it's not a column of the table. If I want to make it as primary key, it should at least be a column of the table, no? So then the third question asked by interviewer is, if row ID is not a column of the table, you can see the row ID in Oracle, na? You know that it's a string of 18 characters. You know that it is fixed length. So the interviewer will ask you, why don't you add one extra column PQR, make it care of 18, and manually store the row ID there? Good question. My answer would be, row ID is encrypted. It is cryptic. Something which I cannot understand. Something which only the Oracle software can understand. If I'm going to make and store row ID inside my table, I should at least be able to understand what the hell it is. So then the last question asked by interviewer is, never mind if you don't understand. Lot of people go through life without understanding anything. एक युवा नेता है दिल्ली में, उसको पता ही नहीं क्या हो रहा है. Well, my answer to that is, row ID is not constant. If I update the row, if the row length is increasing, the row address may change. And if the row address changes, then the row ID will change. And each time I update the row, I can't expect my poor user to go on updating that column. It's okay for Oracle at system level to keep a track of these things. But at our level, at my level, most importantly at user level, he is the guy who's going to use the table. Yeah, I can't expect the user to keep updating the table each time whenever the address is changing. And that's why I cannot make row ID as primary. So here's what you're going to do, students. Henceforth, whenever you create a new table, you examine the structure, You examine the columns, and whichever key column you can identify, please make it the primary key of your table. It won't make a difference for 5 rows and 10 rows. But when you have 100 crore rows, there are bound to be duplicates. When I have 100 crore rows, there are bound to be duplicates. Thanks to primary key, I can now distinguish between 2 rows. Got it? Now, I am making employee number as primary key. Could be int column, could be char column. You can do this for any column. You can do this for any data type, except for text and belong. Text and belong cannot be primary key. Text and belong cannot be primary key. You know text and belong. Text column, belong column will allow up to 4 GB of data. Yeah. 4 GB of data. Having a 4 GB column as primary key would be very inefficient. No? Won't that be inefficient? Each time I insert a row, MySQL has to check 4 GB of data multiplied by number of rows. That would be very inefficient. It doesn't allow. It doesn't allow. ज्ञानेश्वर तेरे ऊपर भी अगर 4 लोग बैठ गए तो उठाएगा क्या? It won't be possible. It will be very inefficient. It doesn't allow. And before the break, we were seeing the topic of indexes, remember? Remember, I had made a point earlier that a primary key column, I said that primary key column should always be indexed. Because a primary key column is the best column for searching, no? There are no duplicate values here. This is the best column for searching. I made a point earlier in the evening that a primary key column should always be indexed. Well, in the case of MySQL, if I declare this column as primary key, index for EMPNO is created automatically. In fact, the index that is created automatically, it happens to be a unique index. So a unique index is automatically created. This is a gift for you from MySQL. Accept it graciously. It's there for our benefit only, na? It is there for our benefit only. Don't try to drop this index. Why would you want to drop it? Your primary key column is the best column for searching. It's recommended that primary key column should always be indexed. So MySQL saves me the trouble of creating this index. If I declare this column as primary key, index is created automatically. Okay? Chaitanya is asking what I said about primary key with auto increment. He didn't get that. Chaitanya, I said that primary key employee number, don't mix it up with auto increment. In the sense that primary key employee number is not a serial number. It's not a row number. It's not 1, 2, 3. It could be alphanumeric. I can have missing numbers. Are you getting me? If employee has left the organization, I'm going to have missing numbers, no? So it's not auto increment. It's not a serial number. It's not a row number. The purpose of primary key is what? With the help of this column, I can distinguish between two rows. That's it. It's recommended that every table should have a primary key. Now see here. एक और चीज बता दूं. Suppose I have duplicate values in EMP. If I have duplicate values in EMP, obviously employee number by itself cannot be primary key. But students, if you look closely, if you look closely, if you look closely, if you take combination of department number and employee number, the combination of these two columns put together, there are no repeating combinations. My employee number is department wise. So for department number 1, we have employee number 1, 2, 3. Department number 2, I have employee number 1 and 2. Department number 1 has 3 employees. Department number 2 has 2 employees. My employee number is department wise. Just like your roll number. Your roll number is batch wise, no? In current batch, we are having roll number DAC 1, DAC 2, DAC 3. In previous batch also, we had roll number DAC 1, DAC 2, DAC 3. And inshallah, in the next batch also, I'm going to have DAC 1, DAC 2, DAC 3. My roll number is batch wise. So when I want to search for a particular student, CDAC Khargar and CDAC Juhu, पिछले 7-8 साल से there must have been 15 batches there. But if I want to search for a specific student, I will never search where roll number equal to DAC 1. Because roll number equal to DAC 1 is there in all the 15 batches in the past. So if I want to search for a specific student, I will always combine with the batch also, where batch is equal to March 2022 and roll number equal to DAC 1. It's known as a composite primary key. Composite primary key. What is composite primary key? You combine 2 or more columns together. You combine 2 or more columns together to serve the purpose of primary key. It's known as a composite primary key. It's known as a composite. It's known as composite primary key. And yes, in MySQL, you can combine up to 32 columns in a composite primary key. In MySQL, you can combine up to 32 columns in a composite primary key. No problem. In Oracle, In Oracle, the upper limit is 16, 16. MySQL allows up to 32. Students, don't you think that having 32 columns in a composite primary key would be inefficient? Do you agree? जितने ज्यादा columns डालोगे in a composite primary key, that much your insert will be slow. Because if I have 32 columns in a composite primary key, now when I insert a row into my EMP table, 32 columns multiplied by number of rows, that much data has to be checked for duplicates and nulls. Normally, you're going to have 3-4 columns in a composite primary key. Chalo, 7 or 8. I have not seen more than 11 or 12. 16 is stretching it. 32 is, you need to get your head examined. और क्या एक और चीज बता दो here I am creating EMP table, and in my table my requirement is such that I require only enum and sal. I have Scott 5000. I have Scott 5000. And I have King 6000. And let's say we'll put Dishi here. Dishi is 8000. Now see what's happening here. Which column will be the primary key in this table? I can't have ename as primary key, agreed? Because duplicates are present there. Neither can I have sal column as primary key because there are duplicates there also. Neither can I have a composite primary key. Combination of ename and sal is also not possible because I have two employees with the same name and they're getting the same sal also. So now I don't have any suitable column for primary key. So my table is set without a primary key. And that's not a happy situation. So what do you suggest we do in this situation, friends?
Extra column create करने को.
Yes, absolutely. If you cannot identify any key column, no problem. Add one extra column PQR. कुछ भी store कर, 1, 2, 3 store कर, I don't care. Make it the primary key of your table. Don't worry about hard disk space. Extra column, अरे बाप रे, उसके पैसे मैं दूंगा. Don't worry. You see, when you make a database application, students, hear me out. मैं कोई लॉलीपॉप वाला सॉफ्टवेयर नहीं बना रहा हूँ. When I make a database application, you're going to charge your customer 50 crores for the software. 200 crores से कम तो मैं बात भी नहीं. And when you're charging 50 crores for the software, you can't tell him 5,000 rupees extra for hard disk. ऐसा चिल्लरगिरी सिर्फ जावा प्रोग्रामर करते, खास करके पूना वाले. So मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ? If you cannot identify any key column, no problem. Add an extra column to the table. Make it the primary key of your table. And such a primary key which is not an original column of the table, such a primary key, it's known as surrogate key. You may have heard this term earlier, surrogate key. So if you cannot identify, primary key in your table, then what will you do? Then add an extra column and make it the primary key of your table. And such a primary key, which is not an original column of the table, such a primary key is known as surrogate key. Such a primary key, which is not an original column of the table, त्याला काय म्हणतात? Such a primary key is known as surrogate key. Such a primary key is known as surrogate key. Noted students, remember all these terms. Huh? Surrogate key is not a constraint. ये भी लिख लो. Surrogate key is not a constraint. Surrogate key is a definition. Surrogate key is a definition. Wrote everything. Chalo. Tell me, students, if you are implementing a surrogate key like this, you can store anything there in PQR. Could be int, could be float, could be char, could be date, could be varchar. Tell me, students, what data type would you recommend for surrogate primary key? Bolo, bolo. Chaitanya says int.
Int.
I disagree.
Char.
Char is the correct answer. But why char? Why not int? Why not float? Why not varchar? See, when I declare ename, listen to what I'm saying. When I declare ename, things are not in my hands. It is as per user requirement. When I declare sal column, things are not in my hands. It is as per user requirements. But if I'm going to have a surrogate primary key, it's totally my decision what data type I want for it. Now, if you remember, we discussed earlier that your primary key column is the best column for searching. And if I'm using char data type, char is fixed length, the searching and retrieval is very fast. And therefore, for surrogate primary key, char data type is recommended. No problem. You store 1, 2, 3 there. No problem. But store it as a character string. Let's make a note of it. Let's make a note of it. Your primary key column is the best column for searching. And with char data type, the searching and retrieval is very fast. Naika, the searching and retrieval is very fast. So for surrogate key, primary key, char data type is recommended. All right. बाप रे, काफी लिखना हो गया ना आज.
So,
Hmm.
why is searching and retrieval faster in case of char?
Is this Devi?
Yes, sir.
Devi, were you present on Friday, 6th of May, between
Yes,
7:45 and 8:45?
Yes, sir.
What did we discuss when we did char and varchar? Turn your notes.
Yes, sir. Doing that.
Char is fixed length, varchar is variable length.
But why is char better than integer? Even integer is kind of fixed length. We know the size of the data type.
Anyone wants to answer?
Alphanumeric store कर
Yes,
सकते हैं.
Alphanumeric की बात नहीं है. You can store 1, 2, 3.
अल्फान्यूमेरिक स्टोर करना होगा तो कैरेक्टर ही लेना पड़ेगा ना, इंटीजर में तो नहीं हो सकता.
नहीं, मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि you want 1, 2, 3. Then what is the problem with it?
कैरेक्टर का ये लेंथ फिक्स रहता है, उनको सर्च करने में जल्दी होगा.
एंड का भी लेंथ फिक्स होता है.
डिफॉल्ट विड्थ 1 होता है ना कैरेक्टर.
तो कैरेक्टर ही हम डिसाइड कर सकते हैं लेंथ.
So Devi, to answer your question, the problem with int is, you know what? The problem with int is what? This is the limit. It only works up to 4 billion. Whereas with char, in char data type, in char column, what is the upper limit? In char column, in char data type, the upper limit is 255 characters. Obviously, I can store more data, no?
That is the only reason. But why searching and retrieval, specifically those words? That means I can just store more primary key using character, no?
That's why we are using RDBMS now. I'm going to have billions of rows. Why are you restricting yourself to 4 billion?
Okay.
Even with int, I agree with you. Even with int, the searching and retrieval will be fast. But with char, obviously, I can store more data.
Okay, sir. Yes.
Perspective, if I use int now and after having 4 billion rows, I'm going to have a problem. Then again, I need to alter table and change data type and all. Not worth the effort.
Thank you.
Welcome. Anyway, let's forget this and come back to our EMP data. I have a composite primary key, combination of department number and employee number. Students, if you declare a composite primary key, the index that is created automatically, it will be a composite unique index. That MySQL takes care of, don't worry. If you want, you can write it. That if you declare, if you declare a composite primary key, then MySQL automatically creates a composite, excuse me, it creates a composite unique index. So not to worry. Now see one more thing here. Let's concentrate on EMP now. I don't have duplicate values here. I have chosen EMP as my primary key. But what about PAN number, permanent account number? This is also a good candidate for primary key because I can't have duplicates here. If you have duplicate PAN number, that's illegal. You can go to jail for it. Similarly, for passport number, I cannot have 2 rows. I cannot have 2 employees with the same passport number. Now you decide which column you want to be primary key, because you can have only one primary key constraint per table. You can't have 2 and 3. Otherwise, by definition only, it is wrong. You can have only one primary key per table. You can have only one primary key per table. So Rohit Patil, that 1 mark you lost yesterday because of composite index. Rohit, the thing has been bothering me for so long. अभी मेरे को ठनका कि yesterday we started 2 hours late at 4 or something or at 4:50.
Yes,
Had
sir.
I started on the regular time at 2 o'clock, then कल शाम को indexes का topic हो गया रहता. और फिर आपको 20 में से 20 नंबर मिल जाते. वो मैंने अभी रियलाइज किया, लेकिन तब तक धनुष से बाण निकल गया था. It's been bothering me all evening. How the hell did I miscalculate? That is the explanation. So I hope that answers.
Yes, sir.
And I hope I have justified why that question was there. Nested questions functions to है 255. Now look here. You can have only one primary key per table. Which column is more suitable for primary key? Which column is more suitable for primary key? I have chosen employee number. I have chosen employee number. This decision you are not going to take on your own. This has to be a team decision. This is a very serious matter. Huh? You please don't decide which column is primary key. Have a team meeting और voting करो और उसको document करो. If 5 people feel employee number should be primary key, 2 people think PAN number, 1 person thinks passport number. Majority wins. So we have chosen employee number as primary key. Have a voting. Because if you make a mistake, it will be your fault. You chose the wrong primary key. But if the whole team has decided and they made a mistake, team never makes mistake. That would be a collective responsibility. फंस जाओगे हैं, don't act over smart and decide which column is primary key. Have a meeting, do voting. अगर वोटिंग में टाई हुआ तो टीम लीडर को बुलाओ. अगर 2 टीम लीडर है तो प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजर को बुलाओ. पूरे गांव को बुलाओ. और उसमें भी डिसाइड नहीं होता तो टॉस करना. But please have it documented. Now my point is, I have chosen employee number as primary key. क्यों? मेरा टेबल मेरी मर्जी, मेरा कंपनी. I have chosen employee number as primary key. But passport number is also a good candidate for primary key. PAN number is also a good candidate for primary key. They are known as candidate key. They are known as candidate key. This candidate key. धीरज, इसे अगर टाई होता है तो लास्ट में मुझे बुला लेंगे. नहीं, इसके लिए I think Devi is a better idea. She is good at resolving disputes. So I have 2 candidate keys in my table. PAN number and passport number. Let me make myself clear. Candidate key is not a constraint. Candidate key is a definition. And what is candidate key? Besides the primary key, any other column that can also serve the purpose of primary key is a good candidate for primary key, is known as candidate key. ठीक है? Let's write it. Let's write it. Candidate key is not a constraint. Candidate key is a definition. And what is candidate key? Besides the primary key, any other column that can also serve the purpose of primary key is a good candidate for primary key is known as candidate key. Any other column in the table. Dheeraj has got a fabulous sense of humor. इस पे भी बीम बना है. For everything. What do you think? Would you recommend having couple of candidate keys in the table? Is it a good idea? Yes. Would you recommend having couple of candidate keys in the table?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Why? More choice. Because user requirements are always changing, na? Suppose I drop this column. Remember we did alter table earlier. Using alter table, suppose I drop this column. Then my table is left without a primary key, and that's not a happy situation. I can immediately make PAN number or passport number as the new primary. You can change your primary key in future. It's not for future reference. To change primary key in future, suppose you drop your original primary key column, that is EMP and all. Then in future, it's like having a spare tire. In future, I can make PAN number or passport number as my new primary. It's good to have couple of candidate keys in the table. In case I drop primary key, then this can be the new primary. If you want, I'll write it down for you. इतना टाइप किया है तो ये भी टाइप कर लेता हूँ. It's good to have a couple of candidate keys in every table. Why? Because in future, If you drop the primary key column, then your table is left without a primary key. That's not a good situation. That's not a good idea. Then we can immediately make PAN number or passport number as the new primary key. Fine. When I say primary key, I'm implying EMP and all. Any question? Tejas, you understood? So let's concentrate on primary key for the moment. Forget PAN number and passport number. Don't get distracted by them. Let's concentrate on primary key. Now comes the easy part. Now that we've written all this, how to implement primary key? If I compare with other softwares, in other softwares, if you want to implement primary key, it has to be done programmatically. So in other softwares, suppose I'm using Java programming, then what? I'll need to write a program for this. What would be my logic? Each time the user inserts a row into EMP table, I have to check for duplicate value. I have to check for null value. If user has entered duplicate value or null value, I'll give an error message, system out println. Program has to be written. All that is not required here. In MySQL, if you want to implement primary key, we can specify at the time of table creation. I can do so at the time of table creation. So when I give the command to create table, please write this. Create table EMP. Shall I take EMP as char of 4? I have ename. I have sal. I have department number. See the screen. When I create my table, look here. When I create my table, I want EMP to be primary key. See how simple it is. Just specify primary key. That's all. That's all you have to do. MySQL will take care of everything else. It won't allow the user to insert duplicate value for EMP. It won't allow the user to insert null value for EMP. Can you imagine how much programming is saved? Same thing if I were to write a program, at least मेरे को 2-3 घंटे लगता minimum. But here I can do it with a single command. Simple. Pretty cool, huh? Index and all is created automatically. बाद में देख लेना, show indexes देख लेना, you will see one index has come for EMP and all. Present from MySQL. When I declare this column as primary key, now if I say insert into EMP, look here. If I try to insert duplicate value for EMP, suppose I try to insert 5F. I'm trying to insert a euro. I'm trying to insert 5F 5002. Will it allow? Error. Error. Or for that matter, if you try to insert a null value for EMP, it won't allow. You'll get an error. Now I'll tell you the great thing about primary key. And that is, see students, once I declare EMP as primary key, I can insert into EMP using MySQL command line client, or I can insert into EMP using MySQL workbench, or I can insert into EMP through some program, or I can insert into EMP using Java, which you will cover later. I can insert into EMP using .NET, which you will learn later. Ideally, you're going to make a web page for it. You'll create an HTML. From there, you will insert into EMP. The point I'm making is, you can't bypass the constraint. The constraint will always be valid. So the point to be noted is, all constraints are at server level. All constraints are at server level. What does this mean? This means you can insert using MySQL command line client, or you can insert using MySQL workbench, or you can use MySQL PL program, Java, .NET, etc. The constraints will always be valid. You can't break it. Huh? ऐसे नहीं कि if I use Java programming, I will get any special treatment. You can perform DML operations. What I'm trying to say here is, you can perform DML operations. You can perform DML operations using any front-end software. See, Java is front-end. MySQL is back-end. The constraints will always be valid. This concept, पता है इसको क्या बोलते हैं? It's known as data integrity. This is known as data integrity. Data में integrity होना चाहिए ना, आदमी में हो या ना हो, डेटा में तो integrity होना चाहिए. Dheeraj, can you look up? Can you look in front for a minute? Look straight into the camera. Thank you. I'm going to make a meme on you later. खुद बनाते हैं ना दूसरों के ऊपर. Now it's time to hit back. You can perform. What I'm trying to say is you can perform DML operations using any front-end software. Just add this word performer. I missed it by mistake. Finish writing. जल्दी करो. 8:15 बज गए. Let's try to complete this topic. Done writing. So when I declare EMPNO as primary key, when I declare EMPNO as primary key, tell me one thing, students. Internally, what is the constraint? ठीक है, बोलने के लिए I got primary key constraint. वो सब ठीक है. अंदर में क्या हो रहा है? Internally, what is the constraint? Internally, a constraint is a MySQL created function. It performs the validations. It checks for duplicates. It checks for nulls. It saves you and me the trouble of writing our own function, isn't it? Internally, what is a constraint? Internally, a constraint is a MySQL created function. It performs the validation. Saves us from writing a program. Understood it. Saves us from writing a program. Now, how to find out which all constraints you have created? To find out which all constraints you have created, do you want me to create this, students? या तो बाद में बोलेंगे सर ने डेमो नहीं दिया, फिर मेरे को फीडबैक अच्छा नहीं मिलेगा, मेरे को 5 स्टार चाहिए. So if I create this, see the screen. Oh hell, I already have a EMP table. Just hang on. Let me create EMP table. Created. So now when I insert into EMP, if I try to put a null value for the EMP or no, will it allow? Error.
Error.
What error? Column EMP and no cannot be null. Error code 1048. What about duplicate value? Let's try putting a duplicate value. I'll insert employee number 1. This is successful. Now let me insert another row with same value for EMP and no. अब क्या होगा? Allow करेगा?
Not possible.
Error. Error. Duplicate entry for key primary. समझ गए ना?
Yes, sir.
इसको हम ड्रॉप कर देते. So, to find out which all constraints you have created, don't worry, you don't have to remember it. Complete information is there in system tables. So I can say select star from information underscore schema dot table underscore constraints. This will show me all constraints on all tables. I'll get to see all constraints on all tables. I'll get to see all constraints on all tables in all schemas. If you want to be specific, you can always add here by table underscore schema equal to Bhopal, and you'll get to see what constraints are there for all the tables that are present in Bhopal schema. Over here, you please specify your respective schema name. Maybe for Dheeraj it is Sangri, whatever you have created, you specify that there. Now this will tell me that EMP table has a primary key. But it won't tell me which column is the primary. If you want to find out which column is the primary key, then we have one more system table. We'll have to say select star from key column usage. Key column usage will show me the column information. Again, it's going to show me for all the tables. If you want to be specific, you can add here where table underscore name equal to EMP. I'll get to see that there is primary key constraint for EMP. And it happens to be employee number column. No problem. ये भी दिखा देता हूँ. See the screen Dishi. I'll log in as Dishi user. I'll create my table. Done. Now, if I want to see what constraints are there on all the tables inside the Bhopal schema, I can see there that there is a primary key constraint for EMP table. Constraint underscore type is primary key, indicating that this is a primary key constraint. But it won't tell me which column is the primary key. To find out which column is the primary key, I can select from key column usage, and I can see that for EMP table, the column name EMPNO, that is the primary key. No problem. Had it been a composite primary key, I would have seen names of both the columns. Okay? And one or two more points. We had made one point some time back that index is created automatically. Unique index is automatically created. Why don't you confirm it? I can say show indexes from EMP and I'll, क्या हो गया? I can say show indexes from EMP and I'll get to see one unique index is created automatically for EMP table. ये भी देख लेते हैं. Show indexes from EMP. See the screen, everyone. If I say show indexes from EMP, can you see that for EMP table, an index has been created? It is for EMPNO column. And can I drop this index? How to drop the index? Drop index. Will it allow? Will it allow?
Yes, sir.
It won't allow. Because it's a MySQL created index. It won't allow. Why would you want to draw it? It is there for your benefit. Your primary key column is the best column for searching. And this index will help to speed up the searching. And yes, your user requirements are always changing. Na? So if you want to drop the primary key constraint, I'm choosing my words very carefully. I'm not dropping employee number column. I'm dropping the constraint. Maybe I want to allow duplicate values for EMPNO, or maybe I want to allow null values for EMPNO. If you want to drop the primary key, then I can say alter table. I can say alter table EMP, alter table EMP, drop primary key. We'll drop the primary key. We'll drop the primary key. We'll drop the primary key. And one last point. Look here. If you have already created the table, if you have already inserted rows in the table, you want to add primary key constraint afterwards, no problem. Again, use alter table. So to add primary key afterwards to an existing table. So all the tables you have created in the last 1 week, if you want to go back and make primary key in each and every table, not a problem. Again, you can say alter table EMP, add primary key EMPNO, will make EMPNO as the primary key. Done. And how to change the primary key? How to change the primary key column? Instead of employee number, suppose I want to make passport number as the new primary key. How to change primary key column? Anyone?
So first drop the constraint and then again.
That's right. That's right. To change the primary key, drop the existing primary key constraint and then create a new one. You can't alter the constraint, boss. You can't alter the constraint. So drop the original primary key constraint. Two steps are needed. You drop the original primary key constraint and then you add a new primary key constraint. ठीक है? Try कर लेना इसको. There is no assignment on this, but just try it. Very good. बहुत हो गया ना आज. हेवी था थोड़ा. Any questions on primary key? Composite primary key I'll show you tomorrow. If you want a composite primary key, combination of 2 columns, 3 columns, 4 columns, that I will show you tomorrow. It's quite late now, it's already 8:30. Anyone has a question? No? So can we stop the recording?